Okay. Now we have sound. It's working this time. Howdy, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to Final Fantasy 16. Muting my phone, taking off my watch, getting everything ready to go. GSNL Lucas in the chat. Howdy. Oh, I'm exhausted. I am exhausted. The smell of smoke is rich in the air because the world is on fire. And I think everything's working. We have 2 live streams going, right? It's all working. Everything's fine. Everything's good. Looks like everything's good. Big shout out to the Worder, Lamech, and Mark Sund for all becoming channel members. The Worder was a channel member, rejoined here. All 3 of these rejoined during the course of the current Howdy Folks Tekkit 2 live stream anniversary celebration extravaganza, which is ongoing and seems to be working just fine, which is shocking. I think at this point the only thing that can go wrong is either I lose power, I lose my internet connection, or for some reason it doesn't end when it's supposed to. And then I'm not paying enough attention to realize it, and then the whole thing starts over, because it'll just loop. Like, it's going to go to a thanks for watching screen, and after a couple of minutes it should stop the stream. But it might not. It might not. It might get to the end of the thanks for watching screen, and then just keep going. And just loop. I'll stop it manually if it comes to that. But this is going pretty well. And I think we are going to do an encore live stream on the Howdy Folks gaming channel. Because there's still folks over there who keep finding this channel and leaving comments saying, I didn't know this existed. I didn't know you were still making videos. What's going on around here? Why don't you tell me these things? I'm like, listen, sometimes I make poor decisions. Like starting an entire second channel so that I could dedicate the original channel to different content that I've yet to make. But keep thinking about. I recorded a video for it, and it's about halfway through editing. I think it's going to be pretty good. We'll see. So I did the thing where I made all that green screen up there. So now when channel members join or you get any kind of super chats or anything, I can move those onto the video as well instead of just my face. So that's fun. That's a good time. Haven't tested it, but I assume it'll work. We'll see. It also means that anyone who becomes a channel member or leaves a super chat, I think on the other stream, it now goes to both because it's just the same tip setup. So I think they'll both get notifications, which is wacky because it's 2 separate chats. We'll see. That could be confusing. I don't know how it works with this chat's members only. A lot of it's very confusing. So in order to have multiple streams, and apparently we can have an unlimited amount of streams going concurrently, you just create new keys, and you can manage like a whole library of stream keys. So when I sat down here today, it came up and it was like, oh hey, excuse me, well, this stream key's being used somewhere else. And I was like, I know, but I know there's a way to do another stream. I've watched other people do it. And it was like, do you want to create another stream key? And I was like, yeah, okay. Turns out that's all there is to it. It's that simple. Oh, and then also there was no sound when we started because the interface was unplugged. Go figure. I like how this looks like it's aiming at my eyeball. But if I do like a trajectory with my finger, it's kind of aiming at my mouth. It's all about the angle. Yeah, there. See? There you go. Maybe a little bit lower. Yeah, perfect. Still looks like... Well, now it looks like it's shooting across my face, but you get the idea. I'm just talking. I'm trying to warm my voice up. I've not done a lot of talking this morning. When we left off last time, we saw that there was, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quests right in front of us. What we didn't do was look behind us, where there's 2 more quests, so 6 and 7. But then also, if we have a look at the big map, we'll find that there's not just 7, there's 8, 9, 10 quests all around us to do. And then I did check over here on this other continent. I was excited about getting to this other continent. I thought, wow, this is going to be incredible. There's going to be a whole other continent worth of content waiting for us across the narrow sea. And then you get over here, and it's like, nope, it's a thin little narrow strip, and then you're at the capital, and it's abandoned and miserable. It's a sad place. Nobody lives here. Everyone here's been turned into a Kashik. It is dark and depressing. And then also we've got Origin. We'll talk more about that later. But I figured before we streamed what we might end up doing. The one thing I don't want to do is accidentally queue up a side quest. by like running down there and walking past someone, and it automatically queues up. Also, hi Jill, how are you doing? Looking fine. Alright, maybe we should just go ahead and start the video then. And basically repeat all of that information that I just gave you. Howdy, folks! How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XVI, our Let's Play adventure, where, when we left off last time, we saw that we had 5 quests awaiting us, but then I turned around and noticed there's 2 more back there, so that's 7. Then I opened up the map and realized there's 3 more on the map. There are 10 side quests waiting us. We're going to do them all because we don't want to just like jump into the end of the game having not experienced everything that this game has to offer. Oh, and then also this? Origin. You know. Origin. Xenoblade Chronicles 3, remember? You go in here and you... Yeah, it's a big flying thing. And you fight the main bad guy? Well, it's a little different in this game. It's not a big ball, it's a big spire called Origin, where we're going to go and fight the bad guy. We'll get to that, don't worry about it. For right now, though, I figure it's time we focus on some side quests. And there's no place better to start than right here at a reading table, where we're going to do a little reading. And 11 quests, because there's 2 in here. Who would have guessed? One of them's titled A Mood, which is funny. This one is A New Life. While the going was slow, and not without the occasional run-in with some straggling orc? Some straggling orc. I guess that's a word. I don't know why I'm so surprised by it. I saw Edda back safe to the Shadow Coast, where Mid was waiting kindly with the Enterprise. On the voyage home, I like to think the poor lass opened up a little, telling me about her life and the life she wants for her baby. I suppose it's up to us now to make certain the little one gets it. So that's the lass that we rescued last time from her village full of Akashic, where everyone was trying to, I don't know, eat her flesh or whatever the Akashic do. She was pregnant. I'd like to think that her and Gav will get together. Gav will adopt the child and possibly raise him as his own. That would be beautiful. And they can all just retire and live in peace and comfort once we've defeated Zed back at Origin. In a mood. It's a mood, everyone. In case you haven't noticed, the poor hound spends all his time of late on the rear deck whimpering like Gav in his cups. Something ain't right with my gut tells me it's not to do with the supply of antelope bones. Karen. So clearly there's something wrong with our dog that we've not noticed. I don't think it's accurate.
What is it this time, Torgal?
Torgal seems fine. He runs around with us on all of our little adventures. He seems to be a happy boy. I don't reckon there's actually any problems with him. We're also going to see what In Search of a Lost Tome. Reluctant as I am to add to your burdens, I would ask your aid in a personal matter, albeit one that may be beneficial to your cause. There exists ancient text deemed so injurious to modern thought that mere possession is deemed a crime. And it was a chance encounter with one such tome from a distance that sparked within me the scholastic curiosity which burns to this very day. I wish to enlist your aid in reclaiming that text. Should you require any further incentive, know that I am willing to offer compensation for your services rendered. Vivian. We love a banned book. No, we actually will accept that quest. I hit the wrong button.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
No, it doesn't seem that way. It's probably a tale of the world as it was before, which we still don't have a whole lot of answers about, but hopefully we'll find out soon. And we have today's verse, which is Ephesians 2:4. This is from Lucas Kitts. Let's we'll pin it first. I'm going to go ahead and pin it and hope it's not something like horrible, like just like, because there's a lot of passages in the Bible where there's no like words of wisdom imparted or anything. It's just like a description of an action. And then they did walk down the road and something like that. And that's just what it is. That's the verse of the day. And then they did walk down the road. That's not an actual verse, but you know what I mean. But because of his great love for us, God, who is rich in mercy, it just ends there. It continues in verse 5, made us alive with Christ when we were dead in transgression. It is by grace you have been saved. You should have made that 4-5, Lucas, but I'm not going to hold that against you at all. Now I have to have 2 live streams up while working. I'm running out of screens. Well, what if I told you there was going to be another one, Luke? No, I'm joking. And no, you're fine. It's Ephesians 2, 4 through 5. No, you're fine. You're good. It's all good. It happens. So, with our verse of the day queued up, we now need to make a difficult decision. Do we go ahead and attend to the 2 quests we already have queued up, or should we go ahead and queue up all 7 quests and just have them all going at once? I think that that's chaotic, it's going to be difficult to keep track of, and it's going to be funny. First things first, let's make sure we're topped off on potions.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there.
For a toy, absolutely. I'm not really concerned about the danger, though. What I'm concerned about is the fact that I'm down
You're
6
rubbing me
potions.
blind, you know.
And apparently that's it. Apparently we're doing
all?
fine with everything else, which is good to see. We need to get some music thumping in here. I mean, nothing against the song that's currently playing, but wouldn't it be more fun if we had Sand and Stone? Oh, yeah. That sets the mood perfectly. Uncle Byron, what's up, buddy? 3's company, but 2 is a crowd.
Clive, my boy. Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are 2 key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes, but such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he
Eugen?
was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person.
He does know that I'm also
That's
like
fine for you,
royalty,
my
right?
boy.
Kind of. Son of the duchy. No longer heir apparent since our brother's not dead, but still.
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No, thank you, Clive.
All right, so here's the situation. We got to keep track of all of these quests simultaneously. So we got to figure out what's wrong with our dog. We've got to go find a banned book, and we've got to unite the armies of Storm in order to face the many evils that are currently ahead of us. All right, let's add another quest, this time with our brother!
Clive.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Joshua, what's wrong?
He will find a way.
And don't say nothing.
It's nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
His will? How and where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
And what
I'm
did it
surprised
say?
anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but would you join me?
Absolutely. Is this where we find out that he's actually decided to leave us the throne?
I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
Awesome. Where there's a will, there's, some hope for an inheritance, I guess. Next up, okay, so wait a minute, let's start from the beginning. We've got our dog, we've got a banned book, we've got to unite the armies, and we've got to go investigate Father's will. Next up, it's Doris again.
Do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her.
Oh yeah, we never
She
did
found
deal
some
with
way
her,
to
did
send
we?
me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
All right, she's got some conviction. We can stand with that.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
It wasn't always like that,
Thank
though,
you,
I assume.
Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
Nobody's tool. All right, so we got to figure out what's wrong with our dog. We got to go find a banned and forbidden book. We've got to go unite the armies of Storm. We've got to go read our father's will, and we need to go rescue some bearers. Oh boy, we're doing a good job keeping track of it all so far.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Cursebreakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Yeah, that's pretty good
Sounds
reasoning.
reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
Absolutely.
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Okay. Trial and error. So we've got to go figure out what's wrong with our dog. We've got to go find a forbidden and banned book. We've got to unite the armies of Storm. We've got to go read a will. We've got to go rescue some bears, and we've got to go inspect a fella to see if he's suitable to be a scout. My brain's melting already. We can collect all 3 of the quests from outside as well while we're here, can't we? Oh, we can just travel to them. That's convenient. I mean, still, it's something. We're not going to right now. I thought we could go ahead and, like, accept them from there. We've only ever accepted quests from Gout, like, once. Like, normally we just travel to the locations and start the quests there. We've only, like, one time in this entire series have I ever done them from the books. Oh, good, it's the kids again. Lucas, I think Lucas loves the kids.
Out of the university.
Sid, you have to help us.
I don't have to. I don't have to do anything.
You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes, but that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Mididol. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said.
So
in the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stonear.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Mididol's inventions. Oh, don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Mididol back together? She seems really sad.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
So we've got to check on our dog. We've got to find a forbidden book. We've got to go unite the armies of Store. We've got to check out our father's will, rescue some bears, inspect and determine whether or not someone is suitable to be a scout, and go check on Mid, who is in her dungeon, but also it's not a dungeon. Did I forget one? Are we doing good so far? I think we're keeping track of them. Let's see what this one is. Let's just keep going. Let's see how far we can get.
May I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
Well, there are some bears there that we need to
across the Narrow
rescue.
are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory. Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone. And few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. I can't even remember all their names. But they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care. Sid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
I'll go in your place.
You are a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Sid, please, even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me.
Now we're just
I'll
flexing.
go to Badbach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vida Grace. Hidden in a forest, overlooking the plains.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
Quest accepted. Okay, so we need to figure out what's wrong with our dog. We need to go find a forbidden and lost book. We need to go unite the armies of Storm. We need to go check out our father's will. We need to go rescue some bearers, inspect someone's suitability to be a scout, figure out what's wrong with Mid, and go collect a registry of children. And also, have I been able to come up here before? I don't think so. If I had, I reckon I would have gotten whatever's inside of this chest.
What else could it be?
It's possible that I've been allowed to come up here for a long time now and have just not bothered. But I do think that if we had the opportunity to come up here, we would have done so before and found that. All right, I think that's all of the quests here accepted. And there's only 2 that we need to actually engage with in this region. I'm assuming those are Torgal, we need to go check on, and then another one. Unsure. Oh, no, that's probably talking about the book. What about Mid? Is she not here? Is she not down in her dungeon? She is. Okay, it was just hidden for a minute. Well, let's check in on her first and see what her situation is. I'm assuming that all of these are going to have us leave the hideaway in order to do a task and come back. So we might as well go ahead and get everything cleared out here that we can do, and then we'll travel abroad and accept all of those quests. And we're going to have 10 quests going concurrently. We've never had that many before. It's going to be nuts. It's going to be fine, though. We're going to get by. We're going to survive. Hopefully.
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance.
About it.
But they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them. But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First, I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if her godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it. First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
Look what we've got ourselves
I
into.
should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Oh yes, trust me, we are in swing of a new project. We are well underway, so that's something to keep track of now. I mean, we can check on what's wrong with Mid, because nothing's wrong with Mid, and add help Mid with her new insane adventure.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
Girl dog.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want my iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he was looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you?
I appreciate the subtitles when he barks.
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
Off on an adventure with Torgal. One more thing to do here before we set out yet again. Should we stop in and see what they're doing? I mean, I think we probably have some things we could build here, don't we?
To what do I owe the honor?
Oh, wait. No, I remember. Aren't we saving up to build like a super weapon of some variety? Yeah, no, we need 3 orichalcum, some dark steel, and some... Never mind then. Yeah, that's what we're waiting on. Oh, there's something to do up there still. Oh, and we're still following Torgal here, I see.
Torgal. Where are you taking
For some reason, I expected Torgal to just leave the hideaway entirely. Like, we'd be following him all around the map.
I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless... you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west. Toward Rosaria.
Ah.
Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years.
So that's going to be like a new area.
The port is older then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
That'll be fun, because if it was a place we'd been before, he wouldn't have said that, you know, it's been 20 years, obviously. Also, Gilliam, welcome to the chat. Always happy to have you, even if you are AFK. Hope you enjoy listening while you do whatever tasks you got at hand. I guess now we just have to check in. Oh, gosh, there's 2. Okay, well, we've been putting that one off for the longest time. This must be the young gentleman who wants to be a scout.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next...
Never mind.
You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
This is about
Most
Mid.
bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumour of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Old Bidza, or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Interesting. All right. Well, we've got that little bit of information, and that probably puts a mark on our map, which is useful. Vivian, how have you been? I've not been putting you off. I've just been trying to do everything else first.
And I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but... But perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
And we're not done here yet. Time to go talk to the wise old man, whose name I always say wrong. So we're just not even going to... Harpocrates. Harpocrates. Harpo Marx. Hey, there we go. He's one of the Marx brothers. Harpo. That's the one who was in I Love Lucy. That remains the only of the Marx Brothers things I've ever seen in my life. Harpo Marx is in I Love Lucy, and that's my entire familiarity with the trio. I think there was 3 of them. Harpo, Groucho, and
What a pleasure
Stinko. I don't... Something like that.
Harpocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known.
You know a lot about it, buddy.
So rumor has it. I've never actually...
That's what I was implying, and he immediately addressed it.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
A fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air,
Probably.
No. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned.
That's unfortunate.
But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
We now have 3 quests awaiting us in Waloed, which is still the funniest named place in the world. I don't know who came up with that one, but they need a raise just for the pure silliness of it all. Waloed. I think that's everything we've got to do around these parts, though. I think that's pretty much everything queued up, if I'm not mistaken. So now what we can do is, you think we'd go complete some of these 8 quests that we've now accepted, but there are 11 available to us, so we're going to go accept the other 3, and we're going to start by doing so right here, even though we could just fast travel around the world.
Fancy a look at the list, do you?
Yeah, let me have a look at these
Here you
alien
go.
reports. We've got Under New Management, and then we have Lines in the Sand 2, and the Duty Undying 2. Nothing to do in the Kingdom of Waloed, which is funny to consider a kingdom, because everyone there is dead. There's no one left alive. I guess we'll go with Under New Management 2. We'll kind of start off there and see where that gets us. It could be there's other things for us to do here that are directly related to our current ongoing quests that we've already accepted, and if that's the case, we're going to completely disregard those. All we want to do is accept these quests. I don't even know if I
mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
Oh yeah, see, so we've got a recruit to test here. This is where the recruitment test is taking place. So, you know, we have a lot of quests to keep track of. This will be the scout individual. But we're just going to start the quest. Remember, we want to get all 11 queued up because that's funny. That's the reason we want to do it. So we're not even going to stick around here to kind of see this through. We just want to start under new management, and then we're going to bail. How are you doing, Isabel?
Do you have a moment, Clive?
Not really.
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison and put every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizens' watch to fill the void. And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northreach might sleep easier, if only for a few nights.
Sure.
Of course. Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. What would I do without you? Philippe told me he had men stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady.
Hey, it's Sabine!
Whom do I have the pleasure of...
She's force-sensitive.
My name is Sabine. And it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
If you're wondering,
Please.
we did see her arguing
Proceed.
with the Duke
As you
in
know,
the
my
previous
father is a
installment
most
of this
overbearing and
questline.
supercilious man.
is
and
that
I
her
join
father?
you in objecting to his every action.
I didn't catch that.
Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed by
She has a
reason.
wacky hat.
No. He must be made to face the consequences.
I like
of
that her
his
hair
actions.
matches her clothes, though.
And who
It's a bold
would
decision.
make him do this?
That's not her hair. Wait a minute. That's
Myself
that's
and
still
several
part of the
other
hat. 'Cause she has
like-minded
blonde hair,
individuals.
obviously. I thought the
Pray to
back of her
join
hair
us.
was just
We would
dyed
surely
purple.
have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Does that not seem a trifle?
Yeah, it's just like tied off.
Drastic.
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. Unless you are content to see your people downtrodden and dispossessed. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice to ensure her revival. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire who must serve her people.
Amen, sister. Preach.
He's always been like this. Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him. But he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common folk any longer. We must fight him by all possible means.
Absolutely.
Fight him. No. My purpose is to quell the tension in Northreach, not to stoke it. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common enemy. Your father and his followers included. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may yet be won round.
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy, I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Families.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to tell you of Philippe's plans for the town watch, but perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the market, if you'd be so kind as to seek him out.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you. I'd like to see the two of you in action.
Oh, I bet you would, wouldn't you? I bet you would. Look, I kind of zoned out for that entire discussion. I'm planning a remodel of the game room that I'm going to go ahead and tell you all right now. I had no idea he was with us. First off, thanks for joining us on this adventure, little brother. I really do appreciate it. It's probably because we started a quest with him. We'll have to deal with that later. Hold on a moment. Micah, what do you want? Okay, I've got a different story for you now. That was my brother. He came over and we were yeah, hold on. Let's focus on what's important, which is accepting another quest. So we're going to go to the Dalamilla Inn. Now, my brother came over to watch Attack on Titan about a week ago, and he left this little, like, meat and cheese charcuterie thing. It's not a charcuterie thing at all, but it was like a meat and cheese fancy food thing in my fridge. And after several days, I realized he wasn't coming back for it, so I went ahead and ate it. And then he was just calling to ask me if I still had it and if he could come get it. And I was like, dude, that was going bad in the fridge. I ate it. He's like, no, you didn't. Yes, I did. And then the other story was about the game room. We'll come back around to that one, though. There's no rush right now. Let's go ahead and talk to Lubor.
Here to help me pack? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this, then?
I am. But before I go, there is one small issue I'd like your assistance with. Well, two, in fact.
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe and provided for and loved. The hideaway.
I will take the children.
Of course. The children would be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive. I will not forget this.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
It's funny that the Outlaws had a league.
Has turned, and they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. The town guard won't stand a chance against them. We need to evacuate. There's no time to lose. Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the townspeople's escape. Well, what are you waiting for?
Yes, my lord.
Does anyone else have trouble when you hear someone say, what are you
Clive,
waiting for?
change of plan.
Do you just hear that song start
Children, stay
playing
with
in your
me for
head?
now. I need you to find Conrad and Natalie. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation.
Understood.
This feels very pressing. Like, we need to stay here and see this
else.
through.
Wish me luck.
We're not going to, though. We're about to immediately leave. What are you waiting for? Love me like you do. Love me like you do. That's a crazy remix of the song that I would love to hear. Okay, there's one last quest for us to accept, and then we'll have them all queued up at the same time, which is just completely wacky and unnecessary, and I'm kind of here for it. You know what I'm saying? Should I talk about the game room now? Let's see, where exactly is the acceptance of this quest going to take place? Inside of here with this fella. I know what this is all about. I know this place. Oh, cool, we're getting like a cutscene.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father.
Oh, okay, we're just doing this first, I guess.
I have it here.
This better not end the quest, because so help me.
If you would do us the honor, my lord.
I know that I ask much of you in this coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms, and only with all Rosarius striving as one might we last overcome it. I have made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way, it shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, the courage, and the will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and the faith that I hold for you both, your father.
An inheritance?
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, your grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides, those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril.
But do you have any other quests for us while we're here? Because it looked like there was a quest waiting for us in here. We're just gonna have to, like, double back. It's gonna be really awkward. We're gonna have to walk out the door and then turn around and immediately walk back in. Also, we want to do this one last, right? Because I feel like if we finish this one now, we won't have our brother with us on the rest of these many adventures that we're on. Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that. Did you have anything else for us?
Marquis, if you have a moment...
I do! I did earlier, too, but you made me leave.
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught from him since.
Was he surveying another fallen ruin?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle of Malleus, an ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash? A continent teeming with orcs and Akashic?
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the third chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
It looks like this man is gaining some wisdom from us at last. Remember before, he actually argued, for some reason, that it was better to send people who could not defend themselves off on these adventures without anyone who could defend. A completely asinine line of thinking.
It would not. But Ash is a big place. Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble.
We know of a village.
That was its name.
Well, we know of two.
In the southern reaches of Waloed. If aught ill befell him, I expect it did so there.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
So we now have how many quests that we need to attend to on Ash? Which I feel like is what we should do first. Because we've now managed to accept 11 separate quest
This new
lines.
faith really is an offshoot of the Circle of Malleus, then.
It's interesting.
Let's concentrate on finding the third chair first, shall we?
It's interesting that Joshua, who's not present with me at the moment, there he is, he does have dialogue for this quest, as if he was meant to be with us on it. I wonder if that's just a situation where, let's say we were doing a side quest without him, it just wouldn't be there, but because he's following us for this other side quest, he happens to have the dialogue, or would he be following us around regardless right now? I genuinely do not know. What I do know is we have this quest to attend to, Aiming High, we have this quest to attend to, Lines in the Sand 2. We also have, if we go across the sea, we have to open up the big map for that. Oh my gosh, look at the map. Everywhere. Basically, anywhere you could possibly want to go, there's something waiting for us. But I think we'll start over here in Ash, and I think we'll start next time. Yeah, an entire episode of nothing but accepting quest lines. Many of which I doubt I could... Okay, you know what? Here we go. Let's see if I can remember. We need to follow Torgal and see what he wants to see. We need to go and find a man in Ash who has a book that is banned and forbidden, maybe, and also he's possibly dead. Unite the armies of Storm. Figure out whether or not this scout's going to be worth his salt. Rescue some bearers also from Ash. Find some material for Mid. Next time! Goodbye. I do have to go to the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back to continue the stream, so everybody stay put. Don't go anywhere. Lucas, GSNL, and Gilliam, all stay seated. Also, is the other live stream still working? Is it still going? Yes, it looks like it is. It's kind of hard to tell on my end, but it looks like it's still... Oh, wow. The live stream has become the most viewed video in the last 48 hours. It's, for the longest time, the most viewed video of every 48-hour period is A Fresh Start, which is the Tekkit 2, the first episode of Tekkit 2, followed by Reese Reacts to that photo of Rex, which has been the second most viewed for the longest time. But as of right now, the anniversary live stream is well ahead. And is actually doing pretty good in terms of views, so that's fun. Although it's, I mean, look, Reese Reacts to that photo of Rex has, how many views? It is. I think it's the most viewed video on this channel. 69,000 views and climbing, just perpetually climbing. It started off the month of August with 65,000, and now it's at 69,000. So, yeah, no, it just keeps going. And then the Fresh Start Tekkit, it has been top of this period, but it's only at 39,000. But it's got a much more consistent, like every, the level of growth is a perfect line. It's like a perfect straight line up. It's never wavered. It's been super consistent. It's actually shocking. So that's episode 0 of the Tekkit series. That is bonkers. Okay, no, I do have to run to the restroom, and it's broken, Lucas. What is it? Is it actually? Are you freaking with? Are you freaking with me? Are you messing with me? Is it broken? Hold on. Tekkit 2 live. I'm just searching it up on my phone.
We're just doing some experimentation.
It's going still.
At that point, it continues to fill up.
It's got the broken audio because that's just what those videos had during that period. Why would you lie to me, you goober? Why would you lie to me? Unbelievable. Okay, I'm back. Hi, how are you doing? I went and I just like got the jug of water out of the jug of water out of the I have like a water filtering jug. Just got that out of the fridge and just guzzled it down a bit, and I was like, okay, there we go, feeling better. And then the phone calls started. Well timed, I suppose, considering they weren't happening while I was live necessarily. But as they always are when I do a live stream, they were entirely unnecessary. They were questions that didn't need to be asked, statements that I don't care about, you know, just family being family, I suppose, at the end of the day, isn't it? Just like, hey, let me update you on situations you don't care about, and then ask you things that don't matter. I love my family. Blessed and grateful to have them. But imagine if they just left you alone. How good would that be? All right, everyone's still here. Let's kick off. Howdy, folks. Sorry, dang it. What? Oh, it's just a text. Never mind. Go. Can I throw my phone across the room? I won't. I'll wedge it underneath the ukulele. There we go. Howdy, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to Final Fantasy XVI, where we're going to take a little hop, skip, and a jump across the narrow sea here and over to the big, beautiful, wonderful land of... Wait a minute, aren't we supposed to be taking a boat? What happened to that? What quest is awaiting us here in Baklad, I wonder? Aren't we supposed to be... I thought one of the quests we specifically said we would need to get a boat for the journey. And then I suppose maybe we decide... You're a funny man, Lucas Kitts. You're a funny man, aren't you? You're a funny little fella. Thank you so much for your... a boop as well. Just a loving little boop, like a little nudge. Like a little friendly nudge. I thought one of the quests we specifically said we were going to need a boat for, but I guess we're just going to skip on over to Ash and begin with whatever quest is awaiting us in Isla. Isla Nublar? Isn't this where the dinosaurs are? Isla... That actually just means island, doesn't it? So this could be any Isla, really. This could be Isla Nublar. It could be Isla Sorna. I don't think there's dinosaurs there anymore, though. I think they stopped doing that. I think they went and got all those and brought them over to Nublar when they opened the park up because they needed dinosaurs for Jurassic World. That's my understanding of the lore. I think they just went and fetched all of those and brought them over. That's why there weren't no Carnosaurus in Jurassic Park, but there were Carnosaurus in Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. They went to Isla Sorna and they got it and they brought it to Nublar. Also, wasn't one of the quests here? Yeah, it's like right down here. Right out this door. I don't know why it's not showing up on the map. I suppose it's because it's not one that's being tracked. Is there a way to change the quests that are currently being tracked? Set delete marker? I can set a marker? Apparently I've set a marker. I've literally never done that before, I don't think. I've never had need to. I suppose we're tracking the quest now manually. There probably is a way to go in and just change what's being tracked. I don't know what screen you would go to for that. Maybe the journal? I suppose that might be it. Yeah, but I don't know which one it is. Hold on, let's go back to the map then. Well, dang flabbit, let's go back to the little map. Let's get rid of this marker. So we're doing Duty Undying. So we're going to go back to the journal. We're going to find Duty Undying. And we're going to... select it. Unable to track more quests. Well, let's untrack a convenient... Well, wait a minute. No, what if that's one of the ones we need to do here in Ash that I've just unfollowed? Or that I've just stopped tracking? Well, you know what? It will show up when we check the big map. Yeah, so we can keep track of them in that way, I suppose. If that's what it comes down to. But we definitely want to start with this one. This is going to be the first time I've done combat in a hot minute here. So hopefully it goes well. Hopefully I remember all of the many abilities that I have available to me. That being one of them. But I also, don't I have like a this thing? Like I could do that and then that real quick? And then isn't this like a thing I can do? That's just like a lunge. That's nothing special. We've been doing that one a lot. Hold on, what is that? Apparently that was something we needed. It had a quest marker on it. Did it not when I picked it up? Did I imagine that? It looked like it was a slightly off color as well. Is that completely something that I've fabricated in my mind? Was that not part of a... Hold on. Is that some more of them down here? Is this what we needed for maybe the quest we're supposed to be doing for mid? Possibly. I don't know. I'm just going to keep lunging. There's no reason to not be lunging right now. Just keep pushing them further and further down the trail. This is a unique tactic, to be sure. I'm not sure if it's really the best one, though. We can cold snap. I got to remember we can do that. So that's just some regular old nonsense there. I don't think we need to fight these guys. Maybe I completely imagined that. Maybe it was entirely in my head. Who's watching right now? Lucas, you're watching. Gilliam is AFK. GSNL might still be with us. Is it my imagination, or did it say that whatever they dropped I needed to pick up? It looked like it was a slightly different color. Oh my gosh, it's one of these! This one's slightly different. This just looks like a regular old door. The one that we found... Is that where Torgal's taking us? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I just had this a moment of realization. It could entirely be possible that that closed door... No, that's near East.
People unturned.
That's not where where Torgal is taking us. Torgal wants to take us somewhere, though, but there's a closed door that we still need to figure out how to get into. Joshua's just not here anymore.
What is going on here?
Ah. Did you, too, heed the call?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
You keep saying that. What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed. This village is their altar, where they shall cast their souls upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
Give themselves?
I don't like the way this sounds.
Oh, Lord, cleanse us of our sins.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms.
Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
If someone starts passing around Kool-Aid, do not drink it.
Saved. Forgive me. But did another foreigner, like me, come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Storm? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him.
They seek the same salvation Barnabas did.
Bring us salvation.
At least the third chair still lives. Let's go and find him.
I'm glad that Joshua is now present with us. I guess he was just standing right out of sight during all of that. Again, I theorize that were he not with us, there just wouldn't have been dialogue there, which is an interesting choice. I appreciate that they, he's not just like following us and has nothing to contribute to the adventure. It would have been cool if we could have brought other people with us. That would have been great. Also, why is his name the third chair? That's a little bit silly. Can we not just call him Joe or something like that? Whoa! As you are no doubt aware, Lord Bernhard, there was once a race of men who commanded the most formidable of forbidden magics. But did you ever hear tell of the executors? Those charged with driving out these heretics. The order had its origins in the Crystalline Dominion, by whose rulers' decree it was tasked with the protection of mankind and sent forth to extinguish the forbidden magic wherever rumors of his use might arise. Having in due course succeeded in their mission and driven the utterers of the unutterable from the land, these secretive souls withdrew from the stage of history, never to be heard from again. Was the forbidden magic just like they knew calculus or something? Did they know how to do, like, could they make a light bulb of some kind? Like, what were the forbidden magics?
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you. Lord Rosfield, if I am not mistaken.
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill. Much less you, my Lord Marquis.
He said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter. You have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... 'tis different. It is more. And so I would see it through to the end. See these people safe, that they might achieve their dream. That they might do their duty to their Lord. Even if it should keep me from doing my duty to mine.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become Akashic.
Yeah, that's where I figured that was going.
I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great...
But what? It sounds like it's already happened, and now if you stay here, they're going to kill you.
Here then, my lord. Something is happening.
Yeah, you've missed it all, because you're hanging out here in this house.
Stay here.
This explains how he was able to turn the entire continent into an army of Akashic thralls. They wanted it. They were desperate for it. Now the whole village is eaten up with ether. How did they manage that?
Ether flood. Oh no.
You say, oh no, like this isn't what they wanted, but how did they summon an ether flood?
There must be something I can do.
They don't want you to do anything. This was their ideal end goal.
Echoes as well. Found her.
Do we really need to be involved in this? It kind of sounds like everyone's getting what they want out of this. Also, my gosh, it's very quiet for me. I need to turn it up, but I don't have time. Because now I'm engaged in pitched combat. I've got to see this through to the very end. Whoa, I just kind of dismissed all those guys there. That was fun. Give him a good stab in the chest, finish him off. Nice and clean, nice and simple. Simple and clean. It's the way you've got me feeling tonight, you know?
What now?
Clive, whatever lies beyond this morning is just a little later on.
We meet again.
Yeah, but in spite of the warnings, the future doesn't scare me at all.
Killed your kind before.
A few times. Have they been glowing? I don't remember them being glowing, though. That's new, possibly? That, I thought I could cold snap out of that. I did not realize that I did not have cold snap ready to go. That is on me. That is also on me. Again, we're getting warmed up. Hold on. There we go. Get him frozen. See, this works a lot better. This works a lot better if we're like, yeah. There we go. Good bit of frostbite. Hey, I'm trying to... Okay, hold on. Now we can do the wind-up. Okay, now we dodge out of the way. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're getting back into it. Hit him with the big ones. That ought to get him in a position where he's ready to be, like, pulled down. There you go. There you go. It's all coming together now. It's all coming back to me is what it is. All that muscle memory is flooding back from the depths of my brain and into my mind. Oh, and the timing is good too? Oh, when the timing is good and it all just hits, that's when it's at its best. That's when we're at peak gameplay right there. Okay, nope, maybe bad timing for that. I was kind of hoping we would just immediately get him into a staggered state, but man! Oh, I don't think we, after playing for 7 hours last time, had timing down that good. Yeah, the last time I recorded this, it was a 7-hour-long session. Here we go. We're going to hit him with some electricity as soon as he comes back out of this. What's his name? Titus? Oh, Titus. You're going to... I'm trying to think of like a funny quip or joke to make here, and nothing's coming to mind immediately. And I feel like if I'm not careful, it's going to be inappropriate, right? Okay, the timing was not hot there. The timing was not hot. The timing was hot that time, no! The timing was boiling hot! Hot, wait, no. Yes. No, yeah, that makes sense. Boiling hot, yeah, no, that makes perfect, well, I mean, I don't know if time can boil. But boiling hot makes sense. That's the most important thing. Okay, we're going to get him tugged down. Hopefully. Oh, dang it. I didn't have it queued up and ready. There we go. Now we're going to get him pulled down. Yeah. We're going to hit him with the big thunder. Okay, and then hit him with the big fire. Hopefully he'll leave here staggered. He's close, he's close, he's close. Come on, he's staggered. Be staggered! Just keep going, don't stop hitting him. Oh, come on now. Before he manages to get these things to blow up. He should be staggering. It's unreasonable to me that he's not staggered. You son of a gun, he just needed a bit of magic to get him over the edge. We're trying to get through all of these missions, by the way. I don't know if I declared this earlier. We're going to get through all of these missions without ever taking a single potion. That's the declaration that I'm making right now. No matter what it takes, no matter what is required to achieve that end, that is what we are striving towards. That was a bit of a panic there. That's why the timing wasn't perfect. That was like delayed, and it wasn't going to be perfect anyway. Ah, dang it. No, see, all the good timing we had is gone now. There we go. No, it's back. It's back. Good timing is back. Punch him. Claw him. Pull him down. That's pretty much all we've got, although this is almost charged up, but it's not quite there. So we're just going to, like, stay over here, because this is where we can do our, like... Oh, dang it. It is disappointing whenever you miss the perfect timing. It's like, oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, I didn't take damage. But also, it could have been better. Okay, hit him with thunder. Thunderbolts and lightning. Very frightening. See, you'd like to think we'll have him staggered in just a minute. But this guy is particularly resistant to staggering. Should we heal? No, we shouldn't. No, we're not going to. He's almost defeated. We've still got all our potions. This is going to get us a little bit of health back. And then maybe we'll pick up some random potions along the rest of our journey. I'm just worried about continuing this adventure without doing some healing. You know what I mean? Because he's defeated now, but there's going to be more enemies. We're approaching the end of one of 11 quests that we've currently got ongoing. We've got to go 10 more without, like, dying. I think we're going to end up taking a potion. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, that's a game mechanic you're intended to use. This guy didn't even drop any sharp claws. Or sharp fangs, even. Sharp claws, it's not a thing. I guess he wouldn't have fangs either. He's like a construct of some sort. Why are you all freaking out? I don't get it. What are you so upset about?
Damn it.
I guess they're worried they're going to die before they can become an Akashic, but like... Oh, noble sacrifice, brother. Normally we gotta, like, waylay these guys, but that guy just needs to be knocked over.
Speak to me.
I had to save them, that they might have a chance to find true salvation. By devoting themselves to the service of their Lord. Just as I did, when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in. A duty.
I feel like it would be more noble to explain to them that being an Akashic is not great.
Everything to me. And I would not deny them that fulfillment. Even if they must become Akashic.
The third chair, your morals are strange, and I don't abide by them. Your death was a waste.
My Lord Marquis.
I will not. I will hold this against you for the remainder of my life.
With this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
They're just going to be Akashic, aren't they? Now we're going to have to kill them. Unless they're all just, like, wandering off now? Which is odd.
They are saved. Founder. I should get this report to Cyril.
Well, it's a good thing that we've wandered all the way back here to him. It's not exactly what I would have wanted to do, because there's more for me to accomplish in Ash, but I suppose since we're back here now, we might as well go ahead and wrap up one of the 11 quests.
My Lord Marquis, welcome back. I am glad to see you hale and whole.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickleburg. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him.
If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers in this savior cult. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came, and their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life was death by another name.
Then he perished defending liberty. A hero's end. For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Sid would agree. He wanted to build a world where people could die on their own terms.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be, only that the decision is one's own. We live according to the teachings of our order. We believe in them, we protect them, and yes, we die for them. For better or worse, that is our creed.
But he didn't die for your creed. He died to save them, and you still believe that what he did was right.
I believe that he believed it was. We of the Undying are not slaves, but willing servants. And this was his will, the ultimate expression of it.
All right. I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them. That is my duty.
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once. My lord, it has been, and shall ever be, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. I pray with all my heart for your success. And were they here, I have no doubt but that every one of my fallen brothers and sisters would feel the same.
What a beautiful load of malarkey. That's one of the 11 quests done, though. Duty Undying Part 2 completed. For that, we got some orichalcum. I thought it was all going to be tied to monsters, but I guess some of it can be quest-related. We also got some clay hearth signboard. Not as handy or useful, but it's going to be displayed in our room until, I guess, we die, whether we want it or not, so that's handy. Did it tell me that we were going to get orichalcum when we started the quest? Because it normally tells us what our rewards will be. Hopefully at the end of the game the skies clear up, because it's been kind of like glum and miserable here since the very start of the game. Also, what do you think they're selling here? They've got a little star signifying that there's something new that we've not seen before. And I doubt it's going to be any new consumables that we haven't seen before. You know what? I'm sure they have a beautiful song. I wish I could preview this. What a tattered slip of parchment. It's called Shoulders of Giant Orchestration. Soldiers of... let's buy it. Why not? We've got 345,000 gil. We might as well go ahead and buy ourselves a nice tune. We've got quite a bit of resources. Remember when we started and all of these things were impossibly expensive? 20 gil for a song? 20,000 gil for a song, I should say. Well, you know what? It's still insane and asinine, but I'm willing to pay it now. We have the excess funds. We'll give that one a little listen to next time. We're going to head back across the sea, though, because we are not yet finished. We have 2 more quests to see to, at least, over in the Ashen Lands. So we're heading to Ravenwit Walls, where we will see what awaits us. There's also some kind of monster to fight here, if I'm not mistaken, right? And some kind of arena battle. Didn't we determine that last time? Like, right up inside of there's a whole arena that...
Doris is waiting for me near Balmung Dark. The longer she's out in the open, the more likely she is to be found by a Kashik.
Of course.
I need to hurry.
We should hurry. But also, wouldn't it be funny if we went and investigated what the situation was over here? And you know what? We should also go ahead and do this. We just need to warm up a little bit further, get a little bit more accustomed to the controls and everything, really give our best abilities a go. We should probably look at whether or not we can upgrade some things. I know we upgraded a bunch last time we played, so we probably don't have a whole lot of resources left to spend. But on the off chance we do, we should go ahead and see what we can invest in. There might be some pretty interesting stuff in there that we might be able to upgrade, that we might be able to master and bring with us, where we just swap some things around. Because you know what? Blind Justice? Useless. We could go ahead and, if we went ahead and mastered Judgment Bolt, which I think was one we were trying to master previously, and I upgraded to something else by mistake, and that's what we're saving up towards, right? Is that combat experience over now? What do we have? How much? We have 3,677. Maybe that's enough. Hold on. Let's go have a little gander over in the abilities tab and see how many we need to go ahead and master. Blind Justice. That's Blind Justice. We don't care about that. Well, we want Judgment Bolt. That's going to be 5,500. So no, we've got a few ability points left to go. See, I don't want to stand around and fight these two guys. I kind of want to just slip past these bombs, but there's no way to like stealthily move between them. I can do a twister, and that at the very least will keep them occupied, right? So maybe I won't have to fight them. Maybe we can just run past them now and see whether or not the doors to this place have been opened. There's someone standing here. On what side of the grate, it's hard to tell. Oh, here we go. This is actually one of the quests. Oh, this is a quest, yes.
No gods, I take it.
None manning the gates.
Well, there you go.
Different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. Most likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet, but let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether stick is there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
It's very questionable that we've allowed her to come with us to a land that is flooded almost entirely with ether. If she turns, it's going to be our fault.
How bad are the floods inside the walls? Bad enough to turn a bearer? I hope not.
I think
We're risking a lot just being here.
I'm pretty sure all these doors were closed last time.
Signs of life.
Oh yeah, hi guys, how you doing? Having a good time? Great to see ya. Wish you well. So I'm guessing maybe these were these former guards? They look like guards. I was gonna say they could have been the bearers in question we're here to rescue. They definitely look more like guards to me. I would love to inspect this artifact, but I'm kind of a little bit occupied at the moment. How are you alive? Nothing about that was careless. It was all perfectly calculated, Joshua. What are you talking about? Balmung Dark, Writ of Designation. The Kingdom of Walud hereby designates this facility a prison for detainment of bearers, both foreign and domestic. The purpose of this facility is to rear and train Kuza Beast for deployment in the field. The aforementioned purpose is a matter of strictest secrecy, and any mention thereof is punishable by death. Captive bearers have been provided solely for the pursual of the aforementioned purpose. Express permission is required for use of bearers in any other capacity. So they were being used to train monsters. That's dark.
No doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
Oh, good. So there's still a creature here. That's fantastic and fun. That's something to keep an eye on. I do see that there's something down there. I don't think that's connected. I think that's a ways off, judging by the fact that it's literally 560 Y. I've never realized that it's Y. Is that yards? Are we to interpret that as yards? I suppose it would be weird if they were using the metric system here in like this ancient society, because who would have invented it at the time? That would be a good question. I'm just so used to every other game using the metric system. You know, you see X amount, and it's like, okay, that's going to be meters or some odd. But why? I can't think of what Y would be other than yards, which is such a strange way of measuring distance.
It's over.
The only thing I've ever heard yards used to measure is your standard American football field and bolts of fabric. Like when I would go shopping with my mom sewed a lot when I was younger. She still does, like my nieces and nephew. So that's the one thing I know yards from. When you buy fabric, you buy it by the yard. The Kuza has been recognized as an especially aggressive species. This being the case, it was hoped that successful deployment on the battlefield might be a means of inflicting heavy casualties on the enemy. In exercises conducted thus far, however, the beast has proven incapable of distinguishing between allied and enemy combatants. As such, deployment alongside regular troops is not recommended. It is proposed instead that bearer captives be employed in order to draw enemy focus, and the beast then driven into the fray in order to achieve maximum benefit with minimal loss to Waluder lives. Because, of course...
Minimal loss of Waluder lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers?
They won't. They can just import some from across the sea.
Take better care of their branded than that.
I mean, barely, honestly. Not much better. Also, what was up with the staircase earlier? Was there not a staircase? Did I completely imagine that? In my mind's eye, I saw a staircase. Yeah, right here. What's this story? Obviously, we need to keep searching the ground floor. Yeah, let's not head up here just yet. I don't think we're meant to head up there just yet. We're in our quest destination here, so we need to continue our loop around. We're almost back to where we started. I did intentionally go the way opposite of what the game wanted, but we're back where we started now, so that's fine. I think right on the other side of this grate is where we started. I might be mistaken. Recent supply shortages left us with insufficient resources to feed the Kuza entrusted to our care. Fortunately, the creature was observed to kill and consume the bearers assigned to fight beside it in a mock battle conducted as part of its training. The beast was further observed to enter a state of visible contentment upon feeding in this way, suggesting that live bears may even be its preferred source of sustenance. While this behavior is unexpected, it is not unwelcome. Bears no longer of use for training purposes can now be repurposed as required. Oh boy!
Feeding bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared.
Yeah, no, Clive, it keeps getting worse. It's a constant downhill. See,
Nothing but a Akashic down here. Hopefully things are looking better upstairs.
I guess the idea was always that we would go around in the direction we did, and that gate was never able to be opened. And probably I just saw that note on the ground and assumed the game wanted me to go that way, and then I chose the opposite direction, being a contrarian, but in reality the game has learned. The game knows me now, and the game knew what it was doing. So I have no idea what direction it intends me to go here, but we had good luck going around clockwise. So now I will propose that we go anti-clockwise or reverse clockwise or this direction. And I'm assuming, like, I guess it does depend on whether you consider the top of the clock to be. I'm considering the large area outside to be the clock, right? Also, does that even a statement that young folks these days will understand? In a world of, like, everyone just uses cell phones as clocks, does anyone know what clockwise means anymore? Does anyone ever have to hold up their fingers and do, like, the left and right thing to determine which direction a clock goes? Because I've never done that. That would be ridiculous. That tells you which direction left and right is, not what direction a clock goes. That would be silly. This is a dead end, and there's no purpose for being here unless you want an empty shard and some other various assorted things that I didn't really get a good look at. So I'm not entirely sure what we just picked up, but it doesn't look like there's any other loot worth having here. So we'll continue back this direction. I'm glad I went that way. I'm glad I went that way, because what I did, being a contrarian, was I ensured that we wouldn't come back here later in an attempt to make sure we searched every inch of this place, only to discover there's basically nothing worth of value back there. I'm glad we started there as we did. Also, this ability is overpowered. But I'm starting to notice that it's not as overpowered as the enemies get more powerful. I don't think we can upgrade that ability even any further, and I'm not sure if the abilities scale with level. I assume they must. Like, surely if you max that ability out at level 20, it'll still do more damage at level 46. Although, I say surely, I don't actually know, and I can't be sure. Oh, Doris. I forgot you were here.
No luck.
How'd you get past all those guys?
But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents, and it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even, and those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
Gaylor's Key. I'm sure it's supposed to be jailers, but spelled in a curious and unique way, because it's Final Fantasy and things can't just be normal here. It'd be cool if we could get into, like, all of the different cells with the key, and then we could use that to find some epic hidden secret loots and maybe some messages left behind, like, my time's up, my whole left leg's gone to stone, they're going to feed me to the beast tomorrow, but I'm not going to go down screaming and fighting, nah. Can I get back through this gate down here now? I wonder. That would be fantastic if they would allow me to use the jailer's key. Is there anything else back here? No, just that one note that we found. Okay. If they would let me use it to get back into this main room and thus complete the loop, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, we've wandered this entire way for no reason. Guess which one it is! Wait, where am I actually supposed to be going for this right now? Am I even tracking this quest properly? Make for Garnick, Randala, Port Isolde. We're not even tracking this quest. No wonder we have no idea where to go. I'm assuming just back around to the front and then we want to get into the center here, is my guess. I don't know that for sure. Yeah, see? Look there. There's this is where I thought the quest wanted us to start. So the game wanted me to walk up to this and attempt to open it.
See what we can find down here.
And realize that it was locked. Also, we've lost the jailer's key. So we didn't make a full loop around here. This is a different area now. Oh, we can go inside of here now. If we wanted to, for whatever reason. It does not appear as though there's anything out here worth seeing. But we can, in fact, come out here and have a look around. To what end, I don't know. Oh, apparently the quest destination is nearby? I'm inclined to disagree with you. I think it's probably back inside where we came from, and I've got to figure out which one of these doors we came through now. I believe right there. is where it was. This is just a big empty open space for no reason. And that's fine. I'm not even upset. Oh, here we go. If this is potions. No, it's amber. I was going to say, if it's potions, then we're heading towards some kind of a boss fight. Oh, oh, oh! Crying little girl. Crying little girl, where are you?
And she sounds close.
There you are. Hold on just a second. Let me go pick this up. Just... You've been locked away in here, surrounded by acacia. A man runs by and he's like, I see you! I'm going to rescue you! Give me a minute! I need to go pick up this bloody hide! Or whatever we just picked up. I think it was amber. Hi.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
No, bless.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. You must have been terrified.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away.
Oh.
He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? You wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
And suddenly the monster's awake.
Back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
I suppose maybe after eating Chadwick, he, took a nap. Oh, yeah, look!
They're waiting for me. I can't let it live. Not if it's got a taste.
Wait! Where was it before? Where? Look at the size of this thing. Tell me where this thing was moments before, where it just now is suddenly here. We ran all around out here. The Kuza Beast rank A was not present prior to this moment. It's not like it came up out of the ground. He definitely didn't come through that grate back there. I'm glad we've got our brother here with us for this.
I can't let that happen.
I think we're going to have to go ahead and take a potion. I'm going to go ahead and say, yeah, we're taking a potion right now. Just one of them. That gets us kind of topped off. Sorry about that, bro. Kind of just left you to get hit by that, didn't I? We're not doing our timings right. We got to work on this. We're only getting frostbites. We need to get full-on blizzards in here. We need to get permafrosted. Oh, that looks like it's going to be bad. I don't like it. His eye's glowing, so that can only be bad things. Didn't we fight one of these as a boss? We fought something previously that could summon meteors from the sky, and it was a pain in the neck. I remember that. Come here, you. I'm just going to throw little spells at you while I approach. Oh! Permafrosted! I hate, it makes me very upset that most of the time when I land a permafrost, it's not intentional, it's in a move of panic. Like, I'm glad I achieved it, don't misunderstand me. I'm just a little bit bummed. Am I doing a takedown? Yes, okay, good. That means that I'm not actually doing it out of precision. It's just out of panic. We're doing decent, though. We're about to have this one staggered, hopefully right after this. Come on, big boy. Oh, maybe after we give him, like, one good hit. Oh, he's so close. There we go. Yeah, we're doing pretty decent. It's a good thing. I'm looking at our damage that we've taken. It's a good thing we did take that potion. You could argue that if I just let myself be that low, maybe it would have incentivized me to play better. But I think if there's one thing we've learned throughout the course of this Let's Play, it's that that's not how this works. I tell myself that if I don't heal, I'll just play better, but then I don't, and I die. We've died, what, 5 times in the course of this playthrough? We made it a shockingly long time without dying at all, only to then, like, die multiple times in a row. Frustratingly. There we go. Give him that big old punch again. And then hit him with a little bit of electricity, and then hit him with the claws. And then... Oh, here he goes. Oh, you... Gosh darn it.
My strength.
Good. Tug him down. Should we just, like, let loose the Twister? I don't see any reason not to, because it'll continue to deal damage to him. He's big enough that I don't think it's going to really, like, impact our ability to see him at all, or what he's doing. Yeah, look at that. We even managed to get a permafrost on him in the midst of a Twister. I think that's the secret. You got to use him on, if it's something that won't get lifted into the air when you use it, you got to make sure it's at least big enough that you can see it through the storm and, like, properly. Oh my gosh, we almost defeated it. I did not realize that we'd almost defeated it. I've been paying so much attention, as always in these fights, to the stagger gauge and getting it depleted. Or I didn't realize. I don't know what to tell you. Behemoth, Shackle, and a Meteorite. I don't know if that was something we needed for building the super sword. I don't think it was. It's not something that sticks out in my mind, but it could be used for some better armor at some point. That might be nice. Good riddance to you, you monster.
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last.
Maybe he's still alive inside his stomach.
The girl is safe thanks to him.
It might have swallowed him whole.
Chadwick. You fool.
We don't know. We have no way of knowing.
We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not.
Please don't...
I'll see that she's looked after from now on.
Fast travel me back.
It's the least I can do.
We have another quest in Ash. It would be extraordinarily inconvenient if you fast traveled me back out of here for the sake of this quest. Son of a gun! Sometime later, so anywhere between 30 minutes and 48 days...
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Howdy Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years, we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Howdy Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
There's a weird color shift there. I'm not sure if you caught. That was a beautiful finale. Nobody's tool. Yet another quest completed. We got the Breath of Darkness. Reduces gun gear cooldown time. That's nice. And a meteorite. That's borderline useless to us. Ooh. It's a fun little pan down, wasn't it? A new missive has been delivered to Clive's chamber. That doesn't necessarily mean a new quest. It could just be a message about, hey, thanks for helping me do the thing. And yeah, it shows no quests there. Well, we do still have one more mission in Ash. So back across the Narrows we go to Vidergrace. Or Vidergrace. Vidergrace. Yeah, however you pronounce it. Oh yeah, this big empty field here. I remember this. This is a wonderful land. So wait, is that the capital? So we're heading away from the capital. Up here is that little village that we found once upon a time. What is that? That must be another one of them beasts that we can fight. That must be a notorious mark if ever I've seen one. Yeah. Okay, sure. We've got some free time. Why not? Behemoth King rank S. Oh, maybe we can do this. Hold on a minute. We'll have to see exactly what he's got for us. Level 47?
Royalist guard dogs.
Okay, that's not what I meant to do. So we're off to a swimming start. Perfect. Actually, we're off to a great start now with that out of the way. We're going to take this opportunity while he's frozen to do some of these great big moves. Hit him with this one right as he's coming out of it. There we go. Pull him down. We're just going to empty everything we got on him. That's our best bet, I think. I think the idea that we're not going to use any potions is now out the window. We've already used one, and that's not too many. And that's not too bad. But I've just got a feeling that considering just how poorly we did right at the opening of this fight. Wait, that's already charged back up again, and this is already charged back up again. And then if we immediately dodge, because I think, yeah, we're going to need to dodge. Wait a minute. What just happened to me? What just happened to me? Did anyone else just notice that all of my health dropped? I had to take a high potion. I panicked into it. I'm also taking a strength tonic real quick. But what exactly hit me just then? It wasn't one of his abilities, I don't think. We came out of that into a cold snap, did we not? I am very confused about how I just took that much damage. I do not understand what hit me there. That was an impossibly high amount of damage. I don't get it. I'm taking another potion. We're panicking out of this. Don't, Lucas, don't you even right now. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you, Lucas. He says it was D's. We're not gonna fall for that. We are intellectuals. We know the answer to that. We know where that takes us. Get out of here with gosh darn swing at the tail and your big charged up spiky horns. You gotta stick close to him. I reckon that's our best bet at survival right now. Is to just stay close and also hit him with things like this. There we go. Bring him down. We got a few more suites of abilities here we can pull on him. It's possible we didn't see what hit us because of the storm, but I don't know. I feel like we just got hit by, like, a glitch is what got us there. I wouldn't even be upset with, like, losing half of my health if I understood what it was that caused it to happen. That's my main issue right now. Did we take one of these, like, directly to the face? Was there, like, meteorites falling from the sky maybe that hit us? If so, I'm okay with it. Like, I'm not mad that it happened. I'm just mad I don't have an explanation for why it happened and how it might go about happening again. What is this little doodah following me around here? What function does this serve? Oh my gosh, wait a minute, what? Yeah, just keep dodging. Just keep dodging. Oh gosh, just never stop dodging. There we go, brilliant. Hey, guess what, big boy? I got this for you. This will definitely get him staggered again. I've not paid attention to his health. Where is he? About halfway? He's going to come out of this staggered. He's got to. He's not going to. He's decided not to. He's staggered now, though. We're doing all right. We're doing okay. No need to panic. He's almost halfway. He's almost halfway, and we've got almost everything charged up and ready to go right at the top of the next round. So the very first thing we're going to do is, as he's coming out of this, we're going to hit him with a twister. That'll deal continuous damage as well as build up his stagger gauge. Try to hit him with this, and then just get the heck out of there before he starts, like, unleashing whatever he's about to unleash on us. Tell you what, while this is happening, let's hit him with lightning. It's very unfortunate, isn't it, the timing of that. There we go. Pull him down. Keep him stuck in it. Keep him stuck in it. Give him the big punch right in the face. And the little bits of electricity. He's having just the worst time right now. I like to imagine that he's living in a world of pain and he will remember our names as a result of these actions. Well, he won't. He'll be dead. But even if he defeats us, like, he's not going to be able to sleep at night because he'll remember the time he was almost defeated, and he'll know that, oh my gosh, okay, whatever it was, that's it right there. Whatever it is, it's that. Did he just call down like a devil's tornado? Oh, I just ran into it again. Okay, no, yeah, we're burning through. What I need to do is avoid. He's got a tornado too. I'm seeing it now. He has his own twister, and we need to avoid it. I did just jump back into it. I did just take 2 more potions as a result. I am panicking a little bit, but not a lot. Just enough. The right amount of panic is going through my body right now, but we've almost got him defeated. We know to be on the lookout for the big twister. He's only done it twice now, so I doubt we'll see it again in the immediate future. Come on, big guy. Don't do it again. Apocalypse? I'm sorry? No, I think not. Yeah, do this. Why not? It'll be fun. We've literally never used that ability. We're just going to keep dodging. Just keep on dodging. Just steer well clear of him. This is good. This is an opportunity for everything to recharge. Perfect. That timing, though.
Too slow.
I probably should have taken a strength potion by now. Oh! That's probably an insta-kill, whatever that was there. Hit him with the big thunder. We've taken a strength tonic now. However much this costs, it's going to be worth it just to not have to do this fight again. We're going to spend literally everything we got on this encounter. If it takes all of our potions, then it takes all of our potions, and so be it. Once he's pulled back down, bring back out the twister. Bring back out the big punch. Bring back out the claws. Try to time those dodges, baby. Time those dodges. Keep an eye out for twisters that aren't our twister. Those are bad. We want to avoid those. Come on, big guy. Oh, okay, then. All right. Oh, I can't believe he got me with that tail. Okay. Please finish him off. Or at the very least, get him staggered. Either of those are acceptable outcomes of this, what we are currently doing. Oh, thank you. I'm tempted to go ahead and do this. And also this. Even though we should normally save these to get him staggered, I'm hopeful that if we do them now, we can defeat him before he's back on his feet, but that's not going to be the case. He's back on his feet already. Come on. Don't let him do whatever he's doing. Don't let him do whatever he's doing. Defeat him now before hell falls out of the sky. He's not going to rain down things directly on top of himself. He's not that foolish. So if we just stand underneath him during Apocalypse, I don't foresee any chance we get hurt. Got him in the end. That's 20,000. That's enough to pay for the potions we spent. We also got another Behemoth Shackle and another Orichalcum. So I don't know if we need these for maybe final tier armor of some kind or what, but I'm happy to have them.
No match for you, eh, Torgal?
Yeah, it was 100% Torgal's doing there, that entire encounter. Well called, well called. Jeez. I'm glad we're just happening upon these guys. We do have a list. I have it pulled up over here of all the other hunt locations. We could have a look here. Kuza Beast we got. So that was during a quest. We got that taken care of. There's also something around this region called a Wailing Banshee. I think it's around here. Having a look at it, it looks like it's actually up here in this village that we're heading towards. So I guess we'll probably deal with that upon our arrival. It's probably even part of this quest that we're about to walk into. I'm unsure. Are we not heading to this? We are heading here for this quest. Yeah, this is where we're going. I can't remember which quest this is. It could be make for Garnick. Is this Garnick? Quest location nearby. This place was abandoned when we were last here. Yeah.
No.
Is this the book quest?
Which house would a bookworm live in?
That's the one. Okay, yeah, we came here before. I think we got whatever this was before as well. Oh, it's a potion. Well, that's useful. We burned through quite a few of those in our very recent past. So it's nice to finally get a little bit of a restock. I don't know if we could possibly find more if we explored a bit more. But for right now, let's focus on finding the book. And then I wonder if we're going to be confronted by these these evil forces. I'm going to check the bookshelf. That makes the most sense. The Folklorist's February, the Moogle. No spirit or sprite appears more often in Valisthian folktales than the humble Moogle. Though they are occasionally painted as mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps, most stories depict them as clumsy yet congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labors. They are said to have sweet tooths, leading to the common superstition that one might not leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, lest naught remain but crumbs come morning. In appearance, they are described as being covered head to toe in soft white fur, excepting the small dark wings by which they are somehow able to take flight, and the brightly colored pom-poms that protrude through the tops of their heads. And yet there is one detail regarding the Moogle that most find more remarkable than even the orb that tops its brow: the fact that the creature actually exists. Preposterous, I hear you cry. Everybody knows the Moogles are the stuff of legend. I quite agree, but every legend has its basis in truth, and in the case of the Moogle, the fact may be not so dissimilar to the fiction. Ancient bestiaries list the white mole, whose feet do not touch the ground, among the beasts of the realm, and the illustration beside the name, why, it is none other than the Moogle. Of course, it is true that the creatures are not yet to still survive in the twins in the modern day. Perhaps their miniature wings carried them to other climes. Climes? C-L-I-M-E-S. Other climes. Is that like climates? I don't know. Perhaps they were hunted to extinction, or perhaps, just perhaps, they do still live among us, hidden away, far from human view. What a beautiful concept. They're kind of like dragons, right? Where we're all like, dragons don't actually exist. But then we started to unearth dinosaur bones, and it started to make sense, you know? If you're a peasant living in medieval England and you're out digging a trench and you dig up a dinosaur, like a T-Rex head, you're going to say, well, that must be a dragon. And thus was the legend born from a distance. The fall of the bearers. Oh, wait a minute. What? I'm sorry? It's interesting that this is chapter 16. Just throwing out there that is interesting. Yeah, I'll be mindful of that, Lucas. Also, I'm sorry that you lost your 30-hour dedicated continuous viewership. I'm not going to count it. You know, refreshing your browser doesn't ruin that as far as I'm concerned. The emergence of the first magic adepts was widely heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, the title with which those with the gift came to be commonly known is likely a contraction of bearer of the heavenly blessings, the wording used by the tribunes of the time. Those born with the blessings were lauded as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status, I should say, as chosen ones. Over the years, this reverence of their kind would become a full-fledged religion led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove fateful. The divers' notions of time were unanimous in their disapproval. The divers' notions of the time, there we go, were unanimous in their disapproval of the founding of the church. While the authorities had for years welcomed bearers into positions of power in their own structures of state, they were mistrusting of an organization led by bearers for bearers. Efforts were immediately made to chasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up meetings by force. The church responded by forming a volunteer army to resist persecution, and yet it continued, creating a cycle of ever-increasing bloodshed and rancor, and a growing rift between those born with the blessing and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed the greater part of the twins for nigh on a generation and decimated the population of men and bearers both. The deluge of blood that stained the land crimson and left an even more lasting mark upon the minds of the Valisthian people. Alright, so it's easy to see here. The bearers were like, yes, worship us. Which was not a good call on their part. But then the government was like, hey, wait a minute, we're the ultimate authority here, as governments are wont to do. Anything that dares impugn upon their absolute control, they must destroy. After the Bears' last resistance was crushed, the nations of Valisthea came together to sign the Continental Accord that initiated the system of slavery that persists across the realm to this day. It's a well-known phrase, bears are other than human. What a clever saying. Has its roots in the bitter war of the years before, being the unblessed's only excuse for their calamitous refusal to allow the blessed to decide their own destinies. That's the book there, is it not?
This is it.
Yeah.
But if what it says is true,
yeah,
I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Do we not get to read all the other little gems that were tucked away inside of here? Because it looks like there's a few more that we might want to possibly delve into. Yeah, that's a very interesting history, though. That explains a lot of the questions I had about why bears were treated the way they were. You might even remember early on, I think we talked about this, like, oh, if you have these magic powers, would you not be in a position of, like, to rule? If you had the ability to shoot fire out of your hands, you would be in charge, right? It's like in Disney's Hercules, where everyone bullies Hercules, but it's like at the beginning of the movie, he's always like knocking over large structures and making a mess. And I was like, oh, Hercules, nah. And it's like, dude, he could snap you like a toothpick. Why are you teasing him? And why is he letting people get away with it? Because he's got a good heart. He's got a good heart. This answers a lot of those questions. Royal Intelligencer Training Report. In the wake of the tragic fires at Caer Norvent in 873V and the subsequent depletion of our most highly practiced intelligencers, all mainland strongholds were instructed to redouble training in clandestine maneuvers, improvised weaponry, and assassination techniques, and dispatch promising volunteers to Stonehere for inspection. This report details progress made by the stronghold at Garnick in reinvigorating Walud's ranks of esteemed intelligencers. Curiouser and curiouser. A complete botany of banes, white flower and black of root, the latter of which gives out an inky. I don't care about this. I want interesting histories and things. Okay, I thought that was something to read, and for a second I was very confused as to why we were kicking it. But I suppose we will go ahead and leave town. Although there was supposed to be a beast here, and I've yet to see it. Do you reckon we need to do something to it? Oh, here it comes. No, it's just coming now. This is it, right? Unless it's just going to be someone waiting to stop us.
Leaving so soon, stranger?
Yeah, suspicious character.
We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Hey, he said the name of the book!
I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book.
Wait, how did he know the book was here?
Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Why did he not simply come and get the book?
Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Well, none of these are the beasts that I expected I would be fighting here.
Let's see, shall we?
Maybe we have to leave and come back. Yeah, no, big hammer. I see what you've got there. Let's get them all within our sight. I don't think they need to be within our sight. It's just more satisfying to watch this unfold. So now it's just me and you, big boy. Oh, big boy! Big boy! Big man on campus. Didn't see that coming, did ya? Come on. Take a little nap here. Come on, take a little nap here. Take a little lightning to the face here, sir. Mr. Inquisitor, sir. I don't know why I'm calling him sir. Like he deserves any level of respect. He's a bad man. He's a bad man who burns and buries books to keep the information secret. It's not good people. It's not good people at all. Do you know who else burned books? One Adolf Hitler. And he's the baddest guy of them all. To be clear, there's a lot of other really bad guys throughout history. He's also terrible. I don't know why we landed on him being the worst, though. Stalin literally existed next to him. They're both pretty bad. Both pretty bad guys. In a world where you have, like, Xi Jinping and, I don't even know, Kim Jong, like, we have actual modern people committing atrocities we could also just consider bad guys. Like, if we need a boogeyman's name. Again, not to diminish how awful Hitler or Stalin was. I'm just saying we have some pretty Yeah, the Winnie the Pooh looking fellow who runs China. Thank you, Lucas Kids. Xi Jinping the Pooh. Xi Jinping the Pooh. Stupid little communist. Anyway, carrying on here. Oh, we're getting so good at that, but only when it doesn't matter. Only when we're up against the most basic of enemies. The one problem I have with that ability there is the wind-up. It takes too long, and you could be, like, executing other abilities. What do we need, by the way? It's over 5,000 points, I believe. A clutch mine. Handy if we're building a car, maybe. Get it, 'cause clutch. That's literally the only hook there.
Impressive.
Thank you.
But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Not if I
Why do you want
kill
it so
you
badly
now.
anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull.
Okay then, that's
so let me
a little
answer
rude.
for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait.
Yeah, let's just kill the guy now. Oh, there's no way he just ceased to exist. Check under a rock or something. Check behind the wall.
Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
Yeah, maybe. But also, I think there's supposed to be a monster in here for us to fight, if I'm not mistaken. Hello? I mean, I suppose it's possible I imagined it. But looking at where we are on the map, Garnick, and then, you know, over here I have this hunt location thing. It says here that, oh, it's unlocked after completing an inconvenient truth, and is unlocked during the back to their origin. Okay, so I have to complete this quest, and then we can come back here. That's perfectly fair. Well, how are we doing on the whole storm situation? Have we done everything there is to do? Oh, there's one more thing to do here. What other quests do we have in this immediate vicinity? Oh, something up here near the Bad Batch Conservatory. Of course. We love the Bad Batch. I never did watch Season 2, but Season 1 was fantastic. Omega's fantastic as well. Love the little accent. Very fun character. I'll get around to watching it soon enough. Just mark my words. I'm actually keeping up with Ahsoka. I've not watched Andor yet. I've watched the first episode 3 times now because I keep thinking I'm going to watch Andor, so I watched it by myself, and then I watched it with Mike and Brenton, and then I watched it with Trace and Grant, and at no point has I ever felt compelled to watch the second episode. I hear it's a good show, though. I hear it's one of the best Star Wars shows they've put out. I believe it. I believe it. And one day I will watch it. I will watch Andor. One day. I'll get around to Bad Batch Season 2. One day. What on earth is that? That's just like a regular old bog standard troll. That's nothing fancy or anything to be worried about. In fact, I think we probably ran past that guy previously. I think I might even remember him. Maybe not like super well. You know, I don't know his name. I couldn't, like, you know, if you asked, I don't think I could tell you what his like favorite hobby is, for example, or where he likes to spend his Saturday evenings. But I'm pretty sure I've run past him.
The registry's still here.
Also, we fought a Kashyyyk here a number of times, so we know there's a Kashyyyk in the area. Hopefully they're dead from last time. Oh, hello. It does look like they're actually dead from last time. They're not here right now. That could just be for the quest, though. It's unlikely they'll stay dead. I had to kill them twice last time I was in the area. This is loot. Bog standard potion and sharp fangs, hot diggity! What have we got here? Yep, writ of incorporation. The Kingdom of Walud hereby incorporates this institution, wherein juvenile bearers are to be granted the opportunity to give themselves in service to the state as soldiers. Trainees succumbing to the crystal's curse, or otherwise perishing, are to be disposed of with all haste. disposed of. Maybe they send them down the way to be eaten. The graveyard is strictly reserved for uncured. Bear's disposal within its bounds is punishable, or uncursed, I should say, is punishable by death. Okay, then.
Disposed of.
Yeah, no, it's unpleasant. Today's exercise will consist of the press yard, 20 sandbags for such duration as instructor shall dictate. The furnace, burn intensity to be gradually increased. Live combat, 1 of 3 hellhounds depending on performance.
Conditioning.
Oh, did that say...
This is nothing short of torture.
I'm sorry, hold on, let me have another go at this. Yeah, conditioning schedule.
Herman wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place.
This must be what we're here
I need to
for.
find that registry.
Yeah, this place is a nightmare. I have recently learned that my own daughter was among the children turned to stone by the brutal training I subjected them to. I had not so much as thought of her since handing her over to the authorities as a babe, but inquiries with the military confirmed it was her. I had been torturing my own flesh and blood, and now I see her everywhere. Today, one of the children smiled at me in the hope of receiving a few scraps from my table. It was her smile, the smile she inherited from her mother, the mother I killed for giving birth to a bearer. Their ghosts have all come back to haunt me, my daughters, my wives, all of them, all those children. So many have died at my hands. I can bear the guilt no longer, and so I have decided tomorrow I too must die. It will be the last order I give those poor wretches, the last torment I subject them to. I'll command them to tear me limb from limb and enter my accursed corpse and inter my accursed corpse beneath the white tree whose crooked hands reach to the sky in supplication, and beside me my shame and my curse, the record of all their names, all those I have wronged. At least he had a moment. You know?
This reads like a suicide note.
Did
the director go through with his plan?
You don't say!
There's only one way to find out.
Very well observed, Clive. Very well observed. Where do they bury? Like back over here? Have we seen the graveyard before? Goodness gracious, this seems deeply miserable, doesn't it? Yeah, no, this is it up here. At least he had a moment where he realized his wrongs. I'll give him that. I'll grant him that much. He was a monster.
A forked white tree. This must be the place.
Oh good, they didn't bury it deep enough.
Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
Yeah, Hans, 10-year-old. Alfred, 9 years old. Friends, 12-year-old. Paulina, 10 years old. Bruno, Johanna. Oh my gosh, how long is this list? Oh, it starts to fade out the further back you go.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. But where is the architect of all this misery?
Probably him.
It was only a matter of time, I suppose.
It could be him, I suppose. It's a possibility. I thought for sure he'd be dead and buried in the ground. But it could be this guy. These could also be the bears, bless them. Can bears turn? Yeah, bears can turn Akashic. That guy's brother did. Can we just like get rid of this guy?
Garuda!
We're gonna go ahead and let this rip. So it hopefully takes care of what's left of the little guys. Yeah, there we go. And then it'll also kind of give us a bit of a hand on this guy. I was really hoping that would hit before he had the opportunity to hit me. He's not that big of a threat is the deal, right? So it's not even after the beasts we fought today, this guy's not much to deal with. Big hits. Big hits. Come on, big guy. You take your best shot. Hit me with your best shot. Oh, he can launch himself backwards. That's fun. Okay, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Come on. There we go. And punch him back into a staggered state. Finish him off. Are we going to have a moment where we find out that the guy that ran this place is an Akashic that's just, all he does is sit around and cry all day? He can't even be bothered to go out and do, like, murders and whatnot like all the rest of them. Although, I guess, is it really murders if they're not capable of, like, if you're killed by a wild animal, they're not really capable of free thought, are they? They're just kind of running on instinct. You wouldn't really call that murder, will they? You wouldn't say your dog murdered me. Well, you wouldn't say anything if you'd been murdered by a dog, would you? Wouldn't be talking much at all after that. It's an interesting question. Is a creature that is not capable of self-awareness capable of committing murder? Like, you can be killed by an animal, but it's kind of a separate thing, isn't it?
I'm done here. Let's get the registry back to Herman.
Absolutely. We need to head out of here. I think we're probably finally done here in the Ashlands. So back across the sea we go. At least I think we're done here. Otherwise, there would be marks on the map. So much more to do over here, and so much more time to spend doing it. Fortunately, folks, it'll have to wait until next time. Till then, thank you for watching. God bless you, and I'll see you later. Goodbye. Recording finished. Okay. Well, let's check the phone, because you know how it is. You know how it is. Kind of looks like everything's fine. Everything's good. No one's freaking out or dying. That baby didn't look okay. Gilliam, welcome back, by the way. How are you doing? Okay, I'm going to go to the restroom. I will not be on the phone this time, so it shouldn't take me more than a couple of minutes, and I will see you in the near future. Be right back. All right, we're back. How? I refilled my drink. Got that filled up. Had a gander through my phone, make sure nothing chaotic was happening. Checked on the pets and all that, you know, the normal things you do after you've been sitting for an hour. Kind of jogged in place to get a bit to get the blood flowing. I need to find them. I used to have actual, like, weights in here. And when I would get up to do a break, you know, this is a couple years ago when we were doing things like the really long Saturday morning Zelda streams and the really long Saturday morning Kingdom Hearts streams, I would actually get up and I'd have weights and I would just, like, go. And I would go for however many reps I could before I would, like, my arms were too sore for me to lift them again. And then what that would do was I'd go to the restroom and everything. By the time I came back, obviously, I was feeling fine. But I would also get the blood flowing a lot. And I felt, like, energized and ready to go again. Excuse me. I should probably do that again. By the way, I have Starfield. It's a little bit wonky on Linux. I can't get it to run at 4K. It's just stuck at 1080p, and I don't know what to do about that. I have no idea what's causing that issue. But I figured we'd probably stream that once we finish with this game. And we're probably going to go back to public streams for that. I'm probably going to finish the game today, Gilliam. That's the goal. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 quests at least, possibly more, to complete. And then a number of them to, like, wrap up once we go back to the hideaway. And then we'll go do the main story. But I probably will finish this game today. And so we're going to do public streams of... what did I just say? Starfield. And I've got something else we're going to be playing as members-only streams. What I'm going to do with those, though, is a bit of a hybrid where we're going to stream publicly. The archives will only be available to channel members, and then those archives will be edited into regular videos. Kind of like what we did with Skyrim back in the day, where I then take those and I chop them up into like 3 videos each and upload them. Because those did really well. I don't know why. And I'm thinking like 10 years from now, if people are looking for like retro... hold on. Like retro Starfield videos, they can come back and find those. Because I think that's what's happening with the Skyrim videos. That's the reason those are still popular. Let's record. Howdy, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back to another video where today we are beginning our... No, hold on. Let me restart. That was terrible. Howdy, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and welcome back. You'll never know what I'm laughing about. Welcome back to our Final Fantasy XVI Let's Play, where we are continuing to go through a lot of side quests. We have a ton ongoing, and I'm going to pick which one we're going to do next kind of at random. I feel like we need to go back to the Dalamil Inn, because they were in the middle of being attacked by Akashic bandits who were invading their village, and we probably need to address that issue right now before everyone here gets killed.
They're coming.
Oh yeah, how's this going?
Evacuate. Know your place, bearer.
Yeah, no one here trusts him, unfortunately. So it's telling me to go that way, but I'm not sure if that's even meet Havel at the gates of Randalah. See, we need to make sure we're like tracking the correct quest here. So this is going to be Lines in the Sand Part 2. Yeah, we're not even tracking that one. So we got to go back to the journal now. And from the journal, we can pick Lines in the Sand Part 2 after we get rid of like the inconvenient truth. And in fact, let's untrack all of these. Let's only track the one we're in the middle of doing so we don't get confused. There we go. Now we need to convince... everyone here in town to do an evacuation. I almost said an excavation, but digging now is not the time for it. Now is not the time for digging at all.
Ah, it's you.
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing news, might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out in the square as we...
Actually, no. That's not where we got the information from.
But we know better.
But why would he lie about something like this?
It wasn't. He wasn't the one who came up with it.
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader.
Okay, but...
A great honor for one of his kind.
He's not the source of this information.
He might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me.
But it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me, but for the sake of your people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that. Now be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
Come, Clive. If our words will not move them, then we must find another way to help save the town.
Again, so glad Joshua is with us.
Let's speak to Lord Verda.
Speak to who now? Who are you speaking to? Do I know this individual? I guess I suppose that I must. I've just forgotten them. Did you say Lord Verda? Where do we know them from? Why have we engaged with them at any point? Yeah, everyone here is super chill, all things considered. Also, why did we not point out to them that that was not our source of information? Also,
anything I can interest you in?
While we're here and I'm thinking about it, let's top back up on potions.
Here you are.
And high potions.
My thanks.
And strength tonics.
An excellent choice.
Thank you. And I'm also going to get 1,000 tables orchestration for
my thanks.
40,000 apparently. Jeez, what do we get if we like max out all of these orchestrations? If we get all the songs, do we have any benefit?
Sid, what's wrong? I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted. The bloody fools.
Was this the guy who ran up
the
and
town guard can't be counted on for support.
Who is this guy?
But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask. I appreciate it.
Sid! Verda! I've been looking for you everywhere.
No, it was Victor, wasn't it?
Victor? I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need.
I can't remember.
And Lubor is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
Enough time has passed that I've forgotten all of these people. I mean, Victor, I have a vague memory of. It's more so who did what that I'm having trouble remembering. Did they kill Lubor?
You have to believe me. The Akashic are coming. They don't eat. They don't sleep. They don't tire. And they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There will be no parley, no mercy granted. We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me.
Can we please explain to them that you're not the source of this information?
You will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
His kind, it's just him.
You should run!
Okay, that's the worst start to a stoning. That was literally a pebble.
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run!
Run!
Far, far away!
Run!
Just go!
Yeah.
I say we let them die. They seem like awful people.
Just go.
Lubor.
Wait. Someone's coming.
No.
Come on! Stop! You're hurting him!
I think that's the idea, kid. Well, now they all feel bad.
What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad?
And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that?
You're trying to use reason on a group of people who aren't capable of
Sure
it.
the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty.
Everyone on this continent hates bears irrationally. You can't rationalize with the irrational.
Run smoothly round here.
But it looks like they're effectively doing it, though.
Ever say thank you? Ever?
But did Lubor ever complain? Well? Does he ever stop smiling?
He keeps this whole place going! And you act like it doesn't even exist!
Lubor, we've heard enough.
No!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
His plan was to run. Do you really think he's got like a plan B for defending the town?
We won't run, but we will fight.
See, at this point,
all right then,
I would just say you're on your own. Figure it out yourself. You've just attempted a stoning, and you want me to now help you?
Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage, and they are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalamil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalamil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind.
Consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchant not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Where do I fit into this plan?
Where else but the most perilous place of all? I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws, Cheratina itself. The main host is most likely still there, and Dalamil will not be safe until it is eradicated, root and branch.
A little gardening. How pleasant.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
Luckily, so am I.
So you are. All right then, we all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalamil.
For Dalamil! I just want to throw out there that we could deal with this entirely on our own. We don't need the villagers' help. They don't need to execute any sorts of plans or anything.
I'd better not keep them waiting.
We could have very simply, and it would have been so easy, just run down here and dealt with this ourselves. I do like that they've set up battlements out front. That is fantastic.
That will keep some of them out.
I would love to actually watch a full-fledged war take place here, but the game is not going to give us that. I would love to watch like a full defense of this town, but again, the game is not going to give us that. Do we need to be down there? Did I even know that we could be down here? This is different. This is very different. Excuse me, I want to collect that item on the ground, but not actually engage in combat with any of you. I have better things to do with my time than fight birds. Have we explored any of this out here at all? What is that mark on my screen right now? Does everyone else see that? What is that? Oh, that's the... It's the outline of Clive on his chocobo is what it is. I was like, what is this weird shadow beast? What is it meant to imply or suggest? What secrets does it impart to us? Nothing. It's just the background. We're taking like a bit of a wide berth here, just taking the opportunity to have a look around at everything that we might have missed in the past. But this was around the time in the game, our first time here, where I realized we're going to be coming back to these, or I had realized that we're going to be coming back to these places, and it is entirely unnecessary to explore every nook and cranny and fight every beast that moves, and in fact that is a waste of our time that could be better invested doing other things. Is that a regular dude, or is that an Akashic?
The flood.
Oh yeah, no, we're well in it.
It's waiting for us inside.
It looks like a regular old guy wandering around back here. Am I wrong? It could be an Akashic. No, yeah, they're okay, yeah. Those must be like the scouts guarding the outside of the place. I think we've come upon this area before and we decided not to investigate it, or maybe we did and there was just nothing here. But I see now that it's definitely part of a quest involving...
We can't leave a single one alive.
Many dead footpads. Here we go. If we kill them all and they never attack the village, will they start to, like, doubt Lubor again? Will they say that he lied? And we could be like, actually, no. We went and we dealt with them all. It was quite a cleanup operation. They was like, you would defend him? Herga-burga, dinga-dinga. I don't know why that's what they would say, but they might say something akin to it. Probably not that exactly. Herga-burga, dinga-dinga. Considering it's not like words in any known language, and certainly not in the world of this video game, it's incredibly unlikely that's what they would say. But, you know, I mean more so just like something of the sort. Not necessarily that specifically. Good riddance to you, sir. We need to start using some of our other abilities. We rely on the big ones far too much. Oh, wow, that was cool. I don't know how I did it. How did I do that? Hold on. Wait, I like jumped in the air, and then I did like a straight, like downward sort of a. Maybe it was that. Maybe you could get. Oh, good gosh, that was highly uncalled for aggression. Here, this will help with. Oh gosh, this will help with these two guys. There we go. I mean, not that there was much to deal with there to begin with. Eventually, it'll make its way back around here to this guy. Gotta be willing to let him get a little bit closer with those hits. Yeah, no, we got a permafrost out of that. I wasn't sure how that was going to end. It didn't look epic enough to be a permafrost. No! Dang it, we missed our opportunity.
Focus, brother.
Listen, don't tell me to focus, alright? I'm the one with the permafrosts here. I've got all the focus I need. Yeah, we're definitely going to defeat all the bad guys here and then go back to the village and they're going to be like, so Leopold tricked us into building all these battlements and then you're going to lie about it because you're his lapdog, you is. That's not how they sound in the village at all. That's... It's not the... I mean, you know what I'm getting at here. You know what I'm getting at. That's going to be the exact conversation we end up having with them. Poor guy. He keeps trying very hard to get a hit in. And he's just having the worst go at it. He's already staggered again. He was barely on his feet for a few seconds. Wasn't even able to get a single hit. I just realized that this is an Akashic Gentleman. That's his actual, like, name. That's his actual beast title. Akashic Gentleman. I love that. This guy definitely wears a fedora. He definitely tips it and says "Milady," right? He definitely tries to figure out why the other guy got the girl when he did everything right. I mean, like, sure, he leered at her from the corner and, like, did weird heavy breathing every time she talked to him, but, like, he's a gentleman. The other guy doesn't do that. He just talks about his interests in cars and sports. And women throw themselves at him. Grr. Not throwing shade at anyone in particular here.
The League is disbanded.
Oh, he's got the one-liners today.
I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
Hopefully we arrive at the scene of a battle. that we get to participate in. I would love that. We don't get to participate in large scale warfare. It kind of looks like town's just as it was. Oh, it's just sometime later. Well,
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
The last of them here, perhaps.
Lubo, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive! What news from Charatina?
It's done. Root and branch.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven...
Dang it! There's nothing useful here. I was hoping to find out who some of these people were.
Been defeated. And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive. Victory is ours.
We bloody did it.
We saved Dalimil.
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did. And for that we are truly sorry. We only hope that you can forgive us.
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil needs you. So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
Oh, how about that?
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man who saved Dalimil twice over.
Look at that.
I see.
A positive change on the world.
But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Condition accepted. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of special hat?
You kind of hope he does, right?
How fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, I find myself her leader. Here. For everything.
Lubo. About the children.
Fear not. You are, of course, relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children, but everyone in Dalimil.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
An absolutely beautiful story. Got any funny quips on it? No? Alright. Quest completed. Not too shabby, everyone. We got a signboard, the Breath of Light Impulse, and a meteorite. It would be great if that opened up like 12 more quests here, but it does not look like that's going to be what happens. I like the way that they're standing right now. Makes it look like they're avoiding talking to one another. They are not friends. They do not get along. We're doing great. So I don't know what this quest is down here. This is Aiming High, which is not one of the quests that we are currently tracking. We've also got a quest over here for Where There's a Will, and then there's one more up here, which is Three's Company, and that one is also not being tracked. So Three's Company, Where There's a Will, and Aiming High are the three that I guess we want to be tracking at the moment, because they're all in the immediate area. So Aiming High. Okay, I've got to unfollow that one and follow that one. Unfollow that one and follow that one. And then, what was the last one? Wait a minute. Under trial and... Wait, wasn't it Three's Company? Randala? I'm pretty sure it was, wasn't it? Am I crazy? Hold on. I've done wrong. Yeah, more or less. We're going to go ahead and continue everything here. All of these quests are definitely, like, wrapping things up as we go. And also, I tracked the wrong one. Where There's a Will should be... I guess it's a specific location as opposed to, like, a region here. There's a couple of other fast travel points we could go to right now, but I'm not sure. You know what? Actually, yeah, going to Dravozd would definitely get us closer to there. So we'll start from that point. It feels like all the quests we're doing now are sort of like wrapping up long-going quest lines. So that's good. So hopefully once we're done with all these, we'll have everything we need to build that super sword, because I think that super sword is going to tie up.
Let's go.
Put a nice bow on the long-running Blacksmith's Blues quest line, which is the one that I think we've had the most level of investment in. Also, I'm always surprised when we run out of there how quickly we're in this field and at whatever our objective is. It always feels like we're about to go off on a big adventure. There's that stinking Storm Panther that chased us halfway across the savannah.
Karava.
Recently.
If you were a tortoise, Torgor, where would you hide?
Are we after a tortoise? Is that what this one is? Didn't we already fight one previously in this exact region, or am I misremembering? Is it inside of here? This seems like as good a place as any for it. You be on your way. Oh.
Looks like we found him.
Oh, I thought we were going into here. No, this is fine too, though. Here we go. We'll hit him with all the big things we got first off. Desert Tor. Now, Desert Tortoise, mind you, just Desert Tor. he's the desert version of the Onion Router. There we go. Pull him down. Get him inside of this thing. This is one of many big tortoises we fought at the time, so I'm not even bothered. Okay. Alright, we just gotta remain patient. There we go. That was gonna happen. I've already forgotten why we're fighting this thing. Obtain oil from Aludel. Defeat a Desert Tor in Karava. This is for Aiming High, so this is to make the ship fly or whatever we're meant to be doing there. I remember. I know what's up. Before he can, like, take another hit, I'm going to try to do that. Oh, yeah, he's dangerous when he starts spinning. This feller's watched a couple of Mario games in this time. Not played them, mind you. He doesn't really have, like, the finger dexterity to play a video game so much, but I bet he's watched some Let's Plays. He kind of knows what the situation is. Yeah!
Huh?
Yeah, no, hitting it in the back is not going to work, apparently. We're gonna have to, like, very slowly make our way around to the front here. We can actually deal some damage. Fortunately, we only have to defeat the one of these. I don't know where to find oil of Eludel from. Supposedly, I assume it's going to be a beast of some kind. Here we go. Finish him off. Beautiful. That does not count as a notorious mark, it seems, so that's not quite ideal. But we did get some shell, which I think is what we wanted, as well as a meteorite, and 32 sharp fangs. There's a lot of sharp fangs in this beast. I'm surprised.
If Mid needs another, She can come and get it herself.
No, she can't. I feel like if we send Mid to do that herself, Mid will die, and we'll feel bad about it. Turns out there's not a whole lot here. There's 10 gil lying around on the ground, which is always a shame. That apparently, and 3 desert roses. 10 gil seems to be the amount that most people can drop without noticing, because otherwise you'd think they'd go back for it. You feel like there's probably something good inside this house that we can't get inside of as well. Like, I feel like if we peer through here, what if we just saw the Buster Sword leaning in the corner over there? That would first off open up a lot of questions about the lore. I would have a lot of questions. I think we're kind of done in this region, though, for that. So now we can fast travel up to here and see what's going on for this quest. We'll have to continue that quest elsewhere in a different region to get the oil, I assume. So we'll worry about that when the time comes. But for now, let's focus on what is nearest to us. We've been here a couple of times already doing quests inside of that shack there. Both of which took us over to Ash. How you doing? So these are just more of the acolytes. Is everyone in this town an acolyte? Or members of the Undying?
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha.
First off, you didn't bring it to us.
Have our gratitude.
We wandered over to you.
Your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both.
Oh.
Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Goditha.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
Okay, we're off on a little bit of a hunt. That's fine, we can manage that. I do
Titan's
wonder...
Wake is to the south of here. But we must not be hasty. The good lady has been disappointed once already.
Well, I mean, what problem would haste possibly bring about? That we might frighten it away? Let's go ahead down to the Gilded Path. That's going to get us a bit of a... shorten our journey a little bit, should I say. I was about to say that'll give us a little bit of a shortcut, but that sentence didn't make any sense, and I'm glad I didn't say it. Also, that's not the button I meant to hold down. This was. So we could summon our Chocobro and get there a little bit more
Come
quickly.
on.
Is it going to be, yeah, along this path?
Run like the wind.
It should be quick and simple to dispose of this beast, and then continue along our journey to other
Eyes peeled,
quests.
Joshua.
I've kind of lost track of which ones we've already done and which ones we have left to us. I've also lost track of the total number of ongoing quests. I know I could go in and count them anytime I wanted, but, oh, here we go. No, yeah, that's it. That's it right there. I'm going to manually get off the Chocobo instead of waiting for it to kick me off. I wonder if this guy counts as just like a regular creature, or, you know, sometimes part of the quest will be a notorious mark. It is not a notorious mark. It is not a fan of this, though. It does not like lightning. Fire, it seems less bothered by, but not by much. Let's see. You know what? It seems like a flying creature. It'll probably hate that. It's not going to like it being caught up in the winds in such a way that it'll prevent it from flying, which is probably all the more reason to do it. And here we go. Our last ability. Gosh darn it. It turns out it can fly. Completely missed it with my punch. It is going down. There we go. I like how we've burned through everything we possibly have, and its health is only just now underneath the R in Simmerg. Simmerg, however it was said previously. I cannot pretend that I remember. That was a pretty cool ability that it has. Thank you, Torkel. I appreciate it. You son of a gun! Oh wait, what is this? Is this its tornado? Can it do that? That's not mine, is it? I thought mine ended a long time ago. That's why I was confused. Yeah, that wouldn't be the first time we've seen one of these creatures that can do its own tornado as well.
That's better.
So it's not an unreasonable thing to assume is happening. Also, it can do its own little tornado thing there where it knocks us on the ground. It's a slightly different thing, but it's real. It's happening. We watched it. Here. Oh, gosh. Hit it with thunder. We're about to have to take another potion. I already took one. Hit it with the wine. And with this. And with this.
Star Blizzard!
Did we just yell Star Blizzard? That sounds like a delicious treat from the Dairy Queen. I was going to say nutritious as well, but I mean, it is rich with nutrients, but not the ones you need. I refuse to take a strength potion. A strength tonic feels like a waste of effort in this situation. And yes, that was a delay there while I tried to mentally calculate what was happening on the screen and figure out what the correct move was, even though this is the exact same series of events that we have followed since time in memoriam.
Well done, Torgal. Garuda!
And bring back the Twister. I don't care. It'll be helpful. Hit it with this before it takes flight. Gosh darn it, I don't think we got it. Get out of the way. Just be ready to dodge. Be ready to dodge anything. Yes! There we go! Nice big punch to the face. Bring out the claws again. Finish it off with the lightning. This has got to be it. At the very least, this will stagger, but I think that'll be a killing blow. Not quite, really? I don't have anything left big to hit it with. I think it's going to survive this. I think it's going to actually make it through this. It's going to get back on its feet again. It's not. We're going to get it before it's defeated. I don't think we are. I think it's going to get back on. No, we got it. You just got to stick. You got to say a thing and stick with it and just assume complete confidence in your maneuvers. Oh, also, we got a Heartstone, which I assume is what we wanted. We got 2 of those. Y right and some sharp fangs. We love sharp fangs.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goritha will know.
I hope it is, because it didn't drop any other stones. And also, it's titled the Heartstone. Do they not have tooltips in the... I guess they don't have tooltips in the world. Tooltips would be cool in real life. Maybe that's something that Apple hasn't announced for the Apple Vision Pro. Or maybe there'll be an app for it. Just real-life tooltips. You'll be walking through Walmart and you can pick up like a sneaker and be like, what are the stats on this? and it'll pop up. That, hey,
The founder you were safe.
that'd be cool.
The griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yes. This radiant luster, like frozen flame, it is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith.
What if this item has such low stats we don't ever wear it? I'm assuming it's going to be an item that we can equip.
The armbands are complete.
It might just be a visual thing that they give us.
Take them.
Or maybe they just end up on Clive's wall.
After all,
Where? Whoa! Whoa! Where was Clive's arm just then?
Even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling this.
Was it below the screen or did it not exist?
Unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms, only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us, for giving my service meaning.
That was lovely. Not finished yet, though. Gotta wander outside.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Shall we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Where is Hawk's Cry Cliff? Is that even in this region? Isn't that back in the duchy? That's a bit of a journey to make to wrap this up, is it not? I think what we're going to need to do is go up to Baklad and do this quest first before we just like full on leave this region. I know that that's going to put we've been kind of following this one through, and it's going to feel a bit abrupt and sudden to just shift gears and pursue a different quest entirely, but that's sort of been the last couple of episodes, hasn't it? It's just a series of side quests.
See that too?
While we're here, let's check in and see exactly, first off.
You won't find a finer array this side of the strait.
I'm sure that's true. Oh, apparently we already bought that
Gilbert
orchestration roll here.
smile
That's
upon you.
good. I'm not sure if there is any real benefit. Hey, look at that. There's Origin. I'm not sure if there's any real actual benefit to buying all of the songs other than just having a bunch of options when you're back at the hideaway to listen to different songs. Which, don't mistake me, that's kind of cool. We do enjoy changing them from time to time.
I'm scared.
Twice now, I think. Maybe 3 times. I'm just wondering if there's any sort of completion bonus if you buy them all. Or maybe you get some sort of unique side quests. Or side quests, even. A sign quest is a different thing. That's where you just get hired to go hang up, like, utility signs. Which would be fun, too.
Like the wind.
A side quest, though. Maybe where we have a musician. He hasn't really played much of a role in the story other than occasionally singing about the story, which is kind of cool. Guys, leave me be. Can't you? No, it's not time to fight, Clive. Get that idea out of your head. Just because someone wants to take a fight with you doesn't mean you got to pick up on it. We can't just, like, jump over our enemies. That's an option that we've always had. Hopefully we find out what this is all about at some point. I'm assuming it has something to do with the history that we were once told about, of the people rising up while the alien beings slept. I want more. I want actual, like, cutscenes of the past. Oh, yeah. This place
Can't be Rutherford, can it?
What's up, everybody? How's it going? Just hanging out by the gate for some purpose? Trying to negotiate with these people? What's the situation?
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Don't pick fights you can't
allow me
fight. Oh, but do pick fights we can fight, I guess?
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't.
This man has no clue. He is right, though. The negotiations will be short. So it's not quite all of them finished, but let's hit him with one of these. Whoa, my gosh, it flung them! I don't know if I ever noticed it could do that before. Jeez, Torgal just coming in here, immediately tossing them all to the side. I do see, by the way, that there is some loot to be had back over there. Less I just imagined it, which is possible.
Finished.
Oh my gosh, it's just you, eh? Surely they're gonna have some reinforcements, right? Like, it can't just end like this. It's gonna end like this. It was short. We warned the fella. We're about to level up, too. Not right now, but soon. And I can't remember, was it 5,500 or some odd we needed?
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
Hopefully he gets the measure of us just from that
No, my
encounter.
lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am. or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together, even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dhalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps.
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either.
But our uncle.
And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be
I do wonder who we're talking about.
I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
Huh. An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience.
Who do you have in
Someone
mind?
like Quentin.
Oh.
I hope I can convince him at least.
It's not what I was expecting, but sure, sure. I suppose our uncle is more of a businessman than he is a politician, really, isn't he? These guys are just going to linger here, aren't they? I do want to come back here and get this chest. I wasn't imagining it. I definitely did see it. And we got an empty shard out of the deal. Would love to get through this door and go explore the city, but alas, the game shan't allow it, and that is okay. So what more is there to do in this particular realm? Absolutely not a gosh darn thing. Back to the big map? Back to the big map. So I think that now we'll move up north. We'll kind of go up here to Northreach. We'll stop in at Lostwing, and we'll just kind of sweep this direction and wrap up the remaining quest lines, and then we will head back to the hideaway. Let's go first to Northreach. So you're playing drums, you're listening to Spotify, or you're listening to drums, I'm not sure. Live streaming, all while trying to do homework. That sounds like quite a bit, Lucas. That sounds like an absurd amount of stuff to be doing. I wonder which quest this is. Oh, there's two of them right here in the immediate area. Trial and Error, and then Under New Management 2. So right down here, yeah, that's going to be Three's company. That's going to be checking in. And then under new management 2, trial and error. I guess we'll do trial and error first, since that seems to be one that's likely going to be triggered by just... Well, no, I guess it's going to be talking to someone. Should we go ahead and... I mean, I see that Three's company is being tracked. We should probably change the other two. So under new management, and then I believe it was trial and error, need to be tracked. So we will leave... No, we'll get where ahead of where. So will and aiming high, and replace that with trial and error under new management. There we go. Now we're tracking the quests in our immediate vicinity. Vicinity? Just add an R in there. Why not?
This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, master.
He's a little boy.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am. But I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
And who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it.
See, Gav's a special
and I've
guy.
been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
Ah, it's a beautiful story.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook.
By the sea?
You are to find it and bring it here.
Didn't it get destroyed by like a fell dragon?
Yeah, right.
And then White Walkers walked through it?
Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
We're going to have to go rescue him, aren't we? He's going to go missing. It's going to come up with some time later, and he's not going to have reported back in yet.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way.
Is this going to be one of those fun quests where we got to like follow along behind him and then secretly deal with issues as they arise without him noticing? So that at the end of it, he feels like he accomplished all the stuff by himself? That would be fun and definitely not what the game's going to do, I can already tell you. First off, let's get a chocobo, because stealth is for losers. When you can just, like, charge through, like bad guys, that's the move. That's always going to be the move. Also, you can jump over them. Like, see this guy here? Look at this raptor here. Oh, yeah, we can just kick him. Just kick him. It'd be great if you could, like, hold the kick to do a super kick, but you can't. You just got to keep kicking repeatedly. I think we figured out that if you kick repeatedly, if you get him up against something, I think if you hold down the gallop or something like that, while also attempting to kick them, you do, like, rapid kicks, but you do have to get them pushed up against something. This is a trick we've only actually managed the one time. Look at that. That's how you defeat him right there. What did he drop? Did he drop anything of sustenance? 4 bloody hides? Well, there you go. Took a while, though. Not interested in hanging around and doing this any longer. We're going to carry on, just kind of leave them be. Is there a path I need to follow to reach this place? It looks like it's up here. Have we ever gone up here before for any reason? I don't know if we have. This might be our first time in this area. Oh, wow. We almost got enough XP to level up from that.
Perhaps young Ember really is ready.
Maybe. Well, that's unfortunate timing. That's deeply unfortunate timing. The one thing we don't want to find is young Ember being, like, eaten by a... I almost said a Moogle. I don't know why that's what came to mind. That would be grim, though.
Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Yes, you can.
Then run!
There's absolutely no reason you can't.
If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
It's not good for a scout if in a situation where you're about to die, you're so panicked you can't even draw your weapon, the thing that you're going to rely on in that situation to save you. That's probably not a good sign for him. I think he's probably going to lose some marks for that. I was really trying to get it defeated before it managed. It's called a Tot Avis. Hold on, forget everything I was about to say. That's a very silly name. Does that imply that it's a child? Like, is that what it means? Is that what's being implied by calling it a tot? That's a gosh darn tragedy there. Hold on, let's hit him with both of these back to back. Hit him in the twister, and then hit him with this. Hit him with fire while he's in there. There we go. And then also while he's in the twister, pull him down so he can't defend himself. And then also while he's tugged down and in the twister, hit him with the claws. And then also, I mean, why not? Go ahead and hit him with this. And then also hit him with this. We might be able to defeat him without ever actually having him, you know, deliver a single hit on us. Other than earlier when he definitely did get a hit on us while I was trying to, look at that. Hopefully we've given him a good lesson while watching us. Like, see, what you do to defend yourself is you do pull out your sword. You do actually do that to defend yourself. Got some dragon talons out of it. How does our sword stay there? We just, like, set it back there and it stays in place. I'm not sure if that works.
Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is, then.
Unless he took the opportunity while we had it distracted to continue his mission. Yeah, we've definitely not been up here, or we would have stolen the break bird or whatever we just picked up there. Hey, speaking of, you know what? We've not actually gone through all of our gear before. God, it takes so long to switch between these. Gosh dang it. Okay. What have we got here? Increases potency, increases maximum HP by 500. That's not nothing, but maybe like something we've got here is better. Increases down thrust damage. Cooldown. Yeah, none of this is really all that interesting, is it? That down thrust, how do we do that? We did something a second ago. Like, well, I mean, I say a second ago. It's been a hot minute that I've not been able to reproduce since, and I still don't know what it was. We might have to go through our ability. I'm not going to. I could go through the ability list and figure out what it was, but I'm just not going to. And it's time to pretend otherwise. Stop pretending otherwise. It's time to pretend otherwise. No, I'm definitely going to check it, guys. No, hey, believe me. I'm not just pretending otherwise. Oh, he's not back. He's not made it back. He is dead out there.
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
Is he dead? Did he get eaten?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction.
Based on absolutely nothing, we assumed that.
Apparently not.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Eh? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving
Did he know we were following him, and he...
Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazaire. And he did it all on his own.
I mean, in a way, he did it on his own.
He did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway.
Don't
you leave my sight.
If he knew we were following him and decided to shout for help in order to get a distraction, that's some, like, 3D chess level stuff right there. I respect that.
This won't be an easy decision.
That's actually somewhat brilliant. That would be massively impressive.
So you are content to abandon the people to their...
We're just going to cut in on this conversation.
Please,
Sabine is not having
beseech
this. She's
you.
very upset.
If you are a true son of Northreach, you must fight to defend your home.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends, and someone has to keep watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine. You're not the only able-bodied man in Northreach. Thank you so much for your help.
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like daughter, eh?
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people. Anyway, what brings you here?
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she did she? Right as always. In fact, you're just the man. We've had some reports, you see. Sightings of, you know what.
I don't.
They're back.
Seems that way. All over, too. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, you could go and see what's what.
Right. Where should I look?
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings places them somewhere on its shores.
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings. Let's rendezvous back here later.
I'm assuming we're talking about a Kashik. I don't know Grigor's Weep, but if it's near the shore, that is not where I anticipated. That can't be right. Okay, I thought it would be on the other side of the village, like along here somewhere, because there's this West Watch that, oh, right, West Watch and then East Watch. That checks out, actually. That makes perfect sense. But there was never any story reason to go up here that I can recall. Seems like we're just going down here, though. That's fine. We'll bring our brother with us. I think we could probably wrap up this quest and send our brother back to the hideaway.
Come on.
I'm assuming that's what's going to happen. That's why we're saving that quest for last. Because if that is correct, I want to keep him with me. He's useful. Every so often he does like a giant energy beam that wipes out a bunch of enemies. And that's a convenient and useful ability to have with you. Slay the enemy.
Damn it.
Oh, my best ability's not even reloaded yet.
I need to stop them before they
I
get
do
to
have a
town.
Twister, though. I've got that, and that used to be my favorite ability, but it's increasingly less and less useful just based on how long it takes and how sometimes it doesn't really get everybody. Here we go. This is what I actually wanted, so we'll kind of cue this one up as well. Hopefully it recharges before we actually need it. If reinforcements show up, I'm going to be very upset, because that means I've already wasted my two best crowd control abilities. Yeah, here they come. Look at that. Gosh dang it. Probably should have waited until they were grouped up before doing this. What I've effectively done there is I've wiped out one guy with lightning. All the other ones are still around. This guy in particular is a pain, because he can do healing, and we don't want that. Come here. Could have specifically target them first. Alright, I see that our brother's got the same idea. I'm gonna get things started though. Oh yeah, good. We both had the same sort of approach. Jeez! Alright, Joshua. I didn't know you could also summon a giant wall of flame. I thought that was a uniquely me thing. I guess I haven't been paying close attention. And when I say me thing, I mean me, M-E, space, T-H-I-N-G thing. Not methane, as in the way some people across the pond say methane. Which is incorrect, because only Americans know how to speak English good. It's just a true fact of life. Don't know how it happened, but it's the reality we're all living in. Enemy slain! Not half bad. Level up, baby! Come on! Oh, we're like kissing the next level right now. We are so close.
Call that a test, Ultima?
Clive, it's me.
Thank you for clarifying.
Are you alright?
I am. But it seems the reports were true. The thralls have returned. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, there's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure. Now, you head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic on the townspeople, stirring up ill feeling towards her father. But she'll have her marching on the barracks if we're not careful.
What? This is exactly what the Dame was afraid of. I'll do what I can to calm things down. Be careful out there, all right?
Again, we're not a diplomat, though, as we've discussed from previous quests.
For those things, and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
Blue murder. That's a little bit funny. It's a good line. Okay, I think that there's a clear winner in this fight. Should it break out?
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. But now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Griga wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street.
Why is she approaching from that direction? That makes no sense. She would have had to give them such a wide berth to get around to the backside and approach them from there.
That draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore. You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a
Jealous, are you?
You could just deny it.
That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Griga.
Clive!
There is history here.
I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many.
I'm glad you showed up when you did, because we were not even having a go at calming this.
Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caernarvon and there make our stand.
Why? Caernarvon's in ruin.
Did you hear me? That was an order!
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes.
That might be a worse plan.
Protect those that we love.
Everyone we know and love can also go to Caernarvon.
Northreach.
It might be in ruin, but it has walls.
You heard the dame. What are we waiting for?
Love me like you did. That's a throwback to like 2 episodes ago.
Come on.
But she is but a common
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell.
Awkward. Oh, and look how the father-daughter are facing away from one another. That's called symbolism, everyone. There's deep meaning in that. Are we going to need to defend the town, or are we just going to kind of fade to black and sometime later?
The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I've fought a few of these things. And while I can't promise to hold them all back, I should be able to thin the herd.
All right. But take care.
Thank you. Both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's rock and roll. There's a lot going on in the world. Is the situation I'm dealing with right now. Not in the game, in real life, mind you. Gentlemen, do well to hold up things here. I'll be right back. I've got to... Oh, you know what? This isn't charged up yet. In fact, none of my big attacks are. Should we give it a second and let them charge up before we head down there? Hold, let's at least get these two ready to go. There we go. Now we're just waiting on this one. We might be able to finish this whole encounter with this one if we're patient enough. That's why we're taking a nice leisurely walk. Remember when we found that boy and his father, and they were using bearers? That's when we first really saw the state of bearers in this world. There we go. And they were using bearers to, like, they were letting them be hunted by dogs or whatever. And I was like, oh, maybe this will be a series of, like, little side quests where we...
There are so many.
Like, eventually these kids gets eaten by...
Not for long.
Eventually the kid will get eaten by the dog. And then it, like, immediately happened. No series of side quests. It was just like, no, instant retribution. That was beautiful. I enjoyed that. I'm glad he's dead, but I feel like they could have done more with it. All right, here we go. Twister time. There we go. It's weird how it can absolutely bypass folks. Come on, you. Come on over here and join us. Come on, here. Get him inside of here. Dang it. There you... thank you! Thank you, Josh. I appreciate that. Just shove him right into the fires. Okay, and then... Hold on. No, this is the group right here. Brilliant. I kind of wish that had a bigger AoE. I understand it's not meant to be an AoE. It does a little bit of an area effect, but it's not really its primary purpose.
It's only just begun.
Right. No, this is a... Oh, never mind. I thought it was going to take us around to a different side of the city, and I got really excited because I thought it was going to be one of those kinds of quests. But alas, it is not. Oh, there we go. Not too bad. Here, punch him. Punch him while he's frozen. Punch him, and then get him with the claws. And then get him with this. And then he should be coming out right there, so just go ahead and do that. And then just smack him. Big ones are a ways from charging back up. So we're going to be waiting on that. Dang it. I thought that was about to be just like the most brilliant execution of a dodge of all time. And instead we've had 2 failures back to back. Oh, no, that should have dodged! I definitely hit the button. I'm hitting the dodge button literally right now. Oh, I didn't have cold snaps. I am an idiot. There we go. It makes so much more sense now. I'm grateful, though, because that means I was hitting the button at the right time. I just didn't have the right ability equipped. So it's not that I'm awful at the game. It's just that I'm an idiot is all. And that's much better. That can be overcome. Being bad at a game is like you're always going to be bad at the game, no matter how hard you practice or how hard you try. That cannot be overcome. Being an idiot, though, you just got to think a little harder. You can get over that real quick. You just got to dedicate yourself to the cause. Don't think too hard about the logic of what I've just said. Definitely don't. Just accept it at face value as truth and believe it. Life's easier when you just believe things. You know, investigating situations and coming to your own conclusions, that takes a lot of effort. It's not worth it. Oh my gosh, we managed to get him staggered again. Okay. He was about to charge too, poor fella. He was about to just run us down. If you've got any big laser bolts you would like to unleash on the fella, now is the time, Joshua. Now is the time. Now would be, in fact, the best... Oh my gosh. See, he's got a big laser bolt. That is interesting. He's not pulled that one out yet. Oh, dang it. I didn't have the... dodge. I forget that I do have, like, an emergency dodge button that's just, like, the regular old dodge, which is still, like, a fantastic option. It doesn't freeze him in place, which is why I tend to not use it. But, I mean, it does still exist, and if I have something other than this loadout selected, it's there. I have to think about it. And I don't want to think about it. I want to play using muscle memory and not intelligence, and that's the issue. Also, we've now leveled up to 45? 47! So I don't even remember getting to 45 or 6, and now we're 7. Hopefully the other sides of town fared as well.
That looks to be the last of them.
Gonna just walk up on town and it's gonna be in
wonder how the
flames.
others fared. Better hurry back to town.
It all looks fine right now, but we'll see. We will see. Are they gonna pick the Dame as their new leader? I can be in support of that.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls at the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well,
what kind of medicine are they performing down at the Vale?
For the time being, at least. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right. And I was wrong. About everything. I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire.
Explain how you're wrong.
That without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together. Not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, but by simply being one of them. By knowing what they feel, because you feel it yourself.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again. As did you, Sabine. His Radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. I forgot that, and I am sorry.
I'm sorry too, Father. I should never have taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt. But my anger got the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing. I should have listened to you. To all of you.
Your Eminence, your Ladyship, I do not doubt that you came here with the best of intentions. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity. Not just for Northreach, but for the entire realm. And we may yet achieve it. If only we work together. Will you join us in this?
Yes. We shall.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief. And today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. In these dark times, I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm, but women like her.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The Dame said it herself. We can turn things around. We just have to work together. And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
One of you?
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning. Not only for Sanbreque, but for us.
Well, since there's nothing more to be done here, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the wounded.
We might actually be about to wrap up a quest here. Oh my goodness gracious. So they are actually, like, genuinely patching people up over
There's
the
no
Vale.
need to worry.
I thought that was some sort of, like, coded speak for, they'll feel better after they visit the Vale. It seems like there's actually men in need of a patching up here. Or we assume, hey, you know, we've never actually seen the inside of this place. It's probably not safe for you two, I assume.
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'd be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very least you deserve.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. Long ago, I had a life in the Crystalline Dominion. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again. And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the Vale that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed, at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief. Shared in it, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me like a sister. And so I swore that I would always do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay my debt to the Vale.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter, all united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
I was not anticipating a tragic backstory. It was very well handled, though. Oh, and we got some orichalcum from it. That was actually lovely. A beautiful story, and they opened up my mind. Trophy earned. That's lovely. Okay, well,
This the last
I think
one.
that that's probably
Just a little further.
great place to call it there for today. Thank you, folks, for watching. God bless each
Will
and
you lend
every
me a
one of
hand?
you.
There are still
I'll see you in the
empty
next video. Goodbye.
You held your own out there.
Don't laugh at the end of my video, sir.
Leon. I was so scared I could barely hold a pistol.
Man, I've got, jeez, that actually was a touching story there. I was not anticipating it. It's getting late, and I'm starting to question whether or not we'll actually be able to finish this game at this point. So we've got, let's see, can we check just real quick how many quests we have left? Let's see. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Some of them are just, we got to go back and wrap them up, basically. And wait a minute, can we check? I'm confused. Completed quests, main scenario progress, active quests. Okay. So some of these we just got to go wrap up, basically. If I have a look at the map, after we speak over here in beyond Lostwing, actually. From there, Hawk's Cry Cliffs, where we're going to wrap things up with our dad and possibly lose our brother. Hopefully he stays with us. The Eludal Docks, I think, is where... Don't we have to go there and get some, like, Eludal oil or something like that? And then we've got Port Isolde, which is where Torgal wants us to go. So we might actually go in reverse, because we want to keep Joshua with us. We don't want to risk losing him. And I have to go pee, so I'll be right back. Sit tight, everyone. Ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga. I can't stop this feeling. deep inside of me. Okay. There we go. How are we doing, by the way, on time remaining? I think the drive is getting full. We're calculating. Any minute now, it's going to tell us how much space we have remaining. It's going to be vaguely inaccurate. An hour and 15 minutes. Oh, that's not long enough. We're going to stop this recording. I'm going to go copy some things off the drive, or make sure some things were copied off the drive, and then we can delete them. Be right back again. Okay, welcome back. I can confirm that all of the Legend of Zelda streams have been copied over. I meant to do this the other day, and I did do it the other day, but I wasn't sure if I did it the other day. I copied all the Legend of Zelda streams over to the storage server, and just neglected to delete them off of here. So that's over 600 gigabytes of storage space we're about to get back if they delete. It's taking a long time to process it. There we go. Yeah, permanently delete them. They are gone. So we now have right around 712 gigabytes free of storage space, which is much better than what we had a second ago. And I'm going to go ahead and hit record and let that calculate again. See how much recording space we have now. Okay, come on now. Don't be like this. There we go. Trying to get it lined up perfectly. I guess it doesn't matter how much recording space we have. We know that we have enough now. Howdy, folks. How are y'all doing? My name is Reese, and we are still working our way through the massive log of 11 side quests before we wrap up the main story, because I don't want to finish Final Fantasy XVI, the Let's Play adventure that you are currently watching. Just to clarify, because I realized I didn't actually introduce the video. Howdy, welcome. I don't want to finish it without seeing everything that the game has to offer, including all of the side stories. We got really invested in a lot of these characters' lives, and I want to see where everything wraps up. So we're trying to do that before we go to Origin to fight Zed. So I noticed that it wants me to go to Lost Wing, but I happen to know that the individual we need to speak to for this other quest is not going to be in Lost Wing anymore. So I don't know if the game is broken or what, but we need to go to the Orabella Downs, which is where we will actually find this particular individual, who I'm not going to name because that would be a little bit of a giveaway. But in actuality, I've forgotten his name. It's Quentin! That's what it is. Right, Quentin. You'll know him. Fine. I'll finally talk about my experience with Quentin at the Orabella Downs. That is a reference I don't think anyone in my audience gets. I don't think anyone watches these ridiculous little dramas that crop up on YouTube the way that I do. I'm not going to explain it. You just have to figure it out. If you don't know, then you're just not going to know. What are you looking at there, buddy?
I made sure our fallen comrades were laid to rest. And they can rest easy, knowing that their sacrifice wasn't in vain. The justice was done.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
As for us survivors, well, we've just got to keep at it. Keep the family together. For their sake.
Amen. When I walked up, I saw that guy and then this guy both looking off in this direction, and for some reason in my mind, I interpreted all of these people as doing that, just based on the two of them, which probably says something about psychology. I don't know what, but it probably says something. You can't deny that. That much has got to be true.
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Will you marry me?
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on, then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I'd take that, yeah.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lost Wing are my family, and I cannot abandon them.
And I respect that.
You'll have to find someone else.
I feel you're the best for the job.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Could say that.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Absolutely he will. That's going to require a check-in back with everyone at the hideaway. But we're not going back to the hideaway. We're going to go all the way around here and do Torgal's quest, which is at Port Isolde, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure what Torgal wanted was to go here and sniff something up. I could be wrong. This could be a different side quest that we've got to do. Although, it looks like something's awaiting us right here. I don't know what exactly. And in fact, I'm sure there's actually numerous things awaiting us in this region. It wouldn't surprise me if there were a number of quests available to us here. Look at that! I wasn't wrong! Alright, well, which one is this? More Than Words, Aiming High, Where There's a Will. In that case, we will go around to tracking Where There's a Will, Aiming High, and, oh, good, More With Words is already being tracked. Although, I mean, I don't see any reason why we can't go ahead and run up here and just see what the situation is. Right, we're going to an island. That'll be fun. It's an area we've not been to before. It's a new place to explore.
It's still here. After all
What, is this our boat?
A lot smaller than I remember.
I refuse to believe that this is our boat.
And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy.
Yeah, no, he's not swimming.
I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without me. I doubt that boat will hold a third.
If you're sure, we won't be long. Hop in, boy.
Cool.
This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on.
Awesome. New landmass to explore.
Race you there? I bet I could still beat you.
New sights to see. Also, are we really sticking with the idea that that boat has just been sitting there for the last, what? How long has it been? 15 years? However long it's been. I don't believe that. I refuse to believe it.
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal?
In order for that to work, we had to carry Torgal up here and set him down there.
Coming here helped me to forget who I was.
Then go back to the door and come in and slump down on the ground.
Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did
Yeah.
you bring these
I
here?
reckon he did. In case I guess we ever found our way here. Oh my gosh, he's such a good boy!
Well, well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy?
We don't deserve dogs. Dogs are too good for us.
Thank you, Torgal. For never giving up. for never forgetting.
This is truly the most touching friendship, relationship in the whole game.
So I don't forget
Clive
either.
and Jill, nah. Clive and Joshua, nah. Clive and Torgal, though. Oh, chef's kiss. We live for that. Gosh, it's going to bring a tear to my eye, isn't it? I get teary-eyed at, like, the dumbest things. I can count the number I've, like, cried in the last 10 years on one hand. But the amount of times I just get a little teary-eyed, God, every time I watch Star Wars Episode 6, you know? It's just that rush of pure emotion when, you know, Vader says, you know, if you will not join me, perhaps she will. No! He comes out of there swinging his sword, just like, oh, gosh. And then, of course, he's screaming, Father, help me! And, oh, fabulous, fantastic film. That was the one everyone hated on before the prequels came out, which is what everyone hated on until episode 7, 8, and 9 came out, which is what everyone will hate on until the end of time, because they are trash films. There are no redeeming qualities. They're not like the prequels. The 10 years from now, people won't look back on those movies fondly, because there's nothing fond to look back on. They're trash. And if you like them, you're a trash person. I don't mean like you work in like waste disposal.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
More than words. More than words. Oh, charged sparring sword that's going up in the wall. Increased Torgal's attack potency. Well, if I ever noticed Torgal fighting, I would probably equip that, but I very rarely do. Which is not to insult him. Also, hey, brother, sorry we kind of left you behind for that entire adventure.
Sorry for the wait. We're ready.
Right. Obtain oil from Eludil, which is right in the immediate vicinity. I just want to grab this and then not get into a fight with these fellas. Like, no insult to them, but I'd rather just head right up to Eludil. And maybe we can just buy this. Maybe this is just like a sellable, purchasable item. A tradable, if you will. That we can just, like, snap up real quick and not waste a whole bunch of time in the area. Apparently we're in the right region for it. Maybe it's just, like, lying around on the ground? That would be nice. Or maybe maybe that's what the wells are full of. Maybe the wells are full of oil. No, that would be unfortunate. That's normally a bad sign when you find that. Oh, we can interact with these? Why?
Well, this isn't at all foreboding.
Well, that was odd. I have no explanation for that. We're still in the searchable area. Aha, here we go. Yes! Retrieve the oil.
It's oil. After what happened here, it's a miracle there was any left at all.
Goblin mugger. There should be more, though, right? Like, we're assuming there's another batch. Do we think the goblin muggers have it? Why would they have oil? Oh. Actually, I don't want to know what they have oil for. Let's just go ahead and assume that they do, and deal with the situation accordingly. Yeah, you know what? It's really shaping up like they don't have oil. That's unfortunate. What they do have is some gills, some Wyrite, and some more Wyrite. It definitely appears as though it's right around here, and I'm probably looking directly at it and just not seeing it, which is always a possibility. Ooh. You'd think we'd find both of it in the We'd find both of it in the docks, because that's where you would. Would they be using oil on boats? What are they doing with oil on boats? Can we go upstairs here? It's a good thing they do let you know when you've wandered out of the search area a bit too far. Like when we went down here earlier, it was like no, up here. So it's somewhere in this little region. I wonder how far this way we can go. Might it be tucked away back here in the stables? Might it be tucked away inside of one of the... Oh, here we go. Wait, what is this? This is not oil. There we go. It's literally right there. They must use it on the wagons.
Better get these materials to Mid so she can finish her prototype.
we could go do that, or alternatively, what we could do is remember that we do have other quests to do in this region, and so let's head down here for Hero's Bluff, where there's a will. Is this wrapping things up with Joshua and our father? It looks like this is actually, yeah, the last quest we've got on the overworld. Perhaps this is closer. It is literally titled Hawk's Cry Cliff, so it's probably right on top of where we need to be, since that's where we have to go for this quest. I feel like I've been only very slightly misled and deceived, not like to a infuriating degree, but to an upsetting enough degree. I thought we were going to be right on top of it.
Unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies. Of that I'm less certain.
Only time will tell on that.
Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped.
Yeah, no, Mom was awful, but she's also dead now, and therefore no longer our problem. That's sort of the best thing about Mom, is that she no longer exists. She made sure of that herself.
It's just back there.
Why was he buried? Why here? Why here of all places? I have so many questions. I understand that probably Mom didn't want him buried any place nice, but here? It's got a great view. Maybe this is like part of the duchy. Maybe when you die, if you're the Duke, you just get buried in some random place. I actually like that as a concept. You could bring tourism to the area.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
Is that why we wear his clothes? I expected us to get another change of clothes at some point. We still haven't.
We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
Dad? Yeah. Oh. He lives on in you, Clive. He lives in you, hey, and da. He lives in me, yeah, da. Lion King 2 is better than people say. Dun, da, da. The music really slaps. Da, da, da. Especially the villain song. Not this, that's not the song. Sorry, I apologize.
And to it.
I don't. I stand by what I did. In fact, I'm glad I did it. I hope it upsets you, gosh darn it. Hey, look at that. Where there's a Will, there's a William, because that's what Will is short for. Rusted battle helm. Archduke Elwin's helm worn during his victorious campaign to quell the Northern Uprising. War is coming, my boy. We must make ready. That's his most famous quote, apparently. Oh. Joining hands with Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. Oh. So this entire time I wanted to save this one for last because I wanted to keep him with us, not realizing that... Well. That's good to know. I think that's everything we need to do in the broader world. And now we can return, where apparently there's a new quest. I just noticed that there's a brand new quest. We're trying to complete all of the side quests, and there is a new quest here. You know what that means. We have to figure out, first off, where the new quest is. I'm assuming it's up in our chambers. And we have to accept it before we complete any further quests. Because that's the insanity that we've decided to abide by, is we're just going to keep all the quests going simultaneously. It's right here. Let's see what it's all about. Hopefully it's something nice and simple. Hopefully the blacksmith isn't feeling blue again. Oh my gosh, there's so much to read. We've got a note of thanks, first off. Oh yeah, we haven't completed In Search of Lost Tome. We're getting there. A note of thanks, my Lord Marquess. I write to thank you for the kind consideration you have shown to those whose names are written within the pages of the Book of Martyrs. I know that this would move them deeply to know that the first shield of the Phoenix laments their passing. Though each and every member of our order stands ready to sacrifice their lives in service of the Phoenix, I do not doubt that those who are taken before their time go with regret for the long years of duty left undone. That they should live on in the memory of the proud son of House Rossfield, such as yourself, shall surely go some way to soothing their sorrows. May the Phoenix's flame burn ever in your heart, Cyril, bearer of the burning quill. Beautiful, a new day. I am not so foolish as to believe that a single shaming at the hands of the town urchins can dispel a lifetime of hatred built up in one's heart, just as a pot cannot be made clean by reminding it of its grime. It takes effort, persistence, and more often than not, a stiff brush and a bucket of lye. But, more than that, it takes time. Fortunately, your courage and leadership has granted us just that. We must now decide whether to embrace or to waste it. A wise man once said that night is always darkest before dawn. I don't know if that's 100% true. It is a good thing that I count one who burns so bright amongst my friends. Lubor. Aw, it's beautiful, Lubor. That which conquers all, here not long removed from when last you placed yourself between us and peril, I sit and pen yet another letter in which I try to find the words to somehow express the gratitude of an entire town. Still something feels different about our latest triumph. Where in the past we leaned ever so heavily upon your good graces, this time we found strength elsewhere, in ourselves. Our hardship has shown us that which should have been apparent all along, that we are not different as we all want to believe. Does a peasant love his homeland any less than a noble? Does a bear love his family any less than another man does his own? It is this love that has united us and given us true strength. Should every thrall, Akashic bandit, and brigand in the realm come charging our gates, we will not flee, we will not falter, we will fight, we will win. Isabel. See, a lot of these do... Wait, hold on. Okay, no. A lot of these do feel like sort of final words spoken. I did not mean to just leave there. I hit the wrong button by mistake, as happens from time to time. The two of you have been together for what probably feels like a lifetime now, but there's still a lot you have to learn about that hound of yours. He'd step in front of a bloody raging behemoth if it meant protecting you, but that doesn't mean you should take it for granted. At the end of the day, he's a hound, and sometimes he just wants someone to pat his head and rub his belly and give him a handful of kupo nuts. You do good to remember that. Thank you, Karen. My beloved sons, I believe this one was read to us already, so we're just going to skip over and go to the Wages of Fate. Do you remember when you told me that night at Phoenix Gate, that while the fate of Rosaria sits on my shoulders, the fate of its dominant sits upon yours? But we are not both dominants of fire? But are we not both dominants of fire? See, I can read. Does not the flame of our forebearers burn in both our hearts? Should I not protect you as you have protected me? You have chosen to be my shield. Now let me choose to be yours. Is it not what our father wanted? What Sid wanted? To cast aside fate and forget our own paths? Grant me this, Clive. Let me be your strength. Joshua. Concern for Jill. Uh-oh. Though her icon brought her much suffering, the loss of Shiva weighs heavy on her heart. And we would be poor friends indeed if we were not to seek to lighten that burden, even but only a fraction before we depart for the skies. I would speak more on this in private. Okay, absolutely. Yeah, we probably should discuss this.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
I think we'll save that one for last, though. We're not going to address that one just yet. If we happen into it, that might be a different situation, but for now, the time has finally come to focus on wrapping some quests up. because goodness gracious, we have a lot of those left ongoing. So what do you reckon we ought to do first? Perhaps maybe we'll step outside here, and we will talk to Byron about his plan and how it went. We did get someone,
Uncle,
a couple of people involved.
I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Port Isolde as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his, but yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle-axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
Okay, I mean, I had other quests I needed to attend to here, but fine. I guess we're just going to go gallivanting around the world again. Meanwhile, at a later date, at Rosefield Manor.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion.
He's so good.
Forgive the interruption.
He's so smooth.
2 such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man!
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal!
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw!
He's got us there.
Once more onto the breach.
I do not envy his position.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, Mike Will. Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
Oh, it just kind of ended. Just kind of petered out there at the end. So we have an accord to put up in our room. Yep, absolutely. Reduces Heaven's cooldown. Or Havens. Is that Heavens? That's Heavens. I can read. I know how to read. What are you talking about? I'm an expert at it. I've been doing it all day. Leave me alone. Shut up, all right? Listen. No, I don't need your irritation in my life right now. Take me back up. Get me up there. I wonder if it's faster to just fast travel back to the top than actually take the elevator. That would be funny were that true. And it likely is, if I had to guess. All right, what next? We have a book to turn in, but the individual we're supposed to be turning it into is not standing where I'd expect to find. Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. I got my quests confused.
Welcome back,
I know where
Sid.
the quest goes.
Yeah.
Or where the book goes. I know.
Welcome back. Trip wasn't too
I'm
much
streaming
of a
for
pain in the arse, I heard.
5 hours now. Give me a break.
Just
give me a break.
It was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not.
I mean, he technically did complete the job.
Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance. I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things really do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
Beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. I think he'll make a fine scout, you know, now that the war is coming to an end, now that it's wrapping up and we literally no longer need scouts. I'm sure he'll do a great job at it, you know? This is where we need to return the book to. See, I know what I'm talking about. Vivian here needs it.
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep
That's
it.
not exactly what happened, but okay.
He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable, that it can be changed, provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
That was an interesting one, is all I'll say. We'll just let that lie for now. We'll come back around to it, I'm sure. The Scholar's Bonnet. Oh, it's displayed in Clive's chamber. Everything we're getting right now is basically just like a trophy to display in the chamber. Which is funny. Also, he's got like stacked things he can say. That's odd. Not really, though. Just two things. I mean, it looks like he's got a stack of things to say, but it's just the two things, and I'm not really interested in hearing his opinion on either. So we're going to carry on, and once we get up here, we have a choice. Up or down? Up or down? Live chat, up or down? I'm not actually waiting for your response. I'm going up. I feel like that'll wrap up a lot faster than whatever Mids got for us. I'm assuming Mids is going to be a bit more involved than just turn in the items and go about our lives. So hello there, you. How are you? We're finally back.
I hear that you traveled to Ash.
I've brought back the list you were looking for.
Did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen
Some of
friends?
them are missing from the end of the list, but we did find it.
Yes.
The Bearer Registry.
If I may, the Bearer Registry. The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Or any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces, like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful
Fella's got
place?
survivor's guilt.
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach, and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering, and in the name of those I lost, I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
Now that's the kind of book that can change hearts and minds. Bless him. Also, that is a ton of points that we can use here. That's actually crazy. In fact, I mean, not really appropriate to follow that up with, because that was a bit on the heavy side, wasn't it? But we can go ahead and use that if we wanted to upgrade Judgment Bolt, which I think we will. And then we can go ahead now if we wanted to and swap this to something a bit more useful. Titan Block. We can get Titan Block back. We love Titan Block. And then we can just replace that with... what was it? Thunderstorm is not the one we want. We want Pile Drive, and then we want... there's nothing wrong with Thunderstorm. It's fine. But Judgment Bolt was the one we meant to master all that time ago. So now we can have the two of those as well as Titan Block. And then we've got our Icy Dodge, and then we have the Zoopy thing that we like. We got a pretty decent loadout of abilities right now. A lot of my favorite ones are queued up and ready to go. I'm ready to take on the final bad guy. Hello, Mid, I'm back, and I've brought all the stuff you wanted.
Tell me this is all you need.
We've got 1 shell and 2 shipwright tallow. What about the oil? Was the oil for someone else? I thought maybe that's what shipwright tallow is.
You make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0.
And
a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
Wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brush.
It's coming back around!
Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back.
Yeah, remember we were wondering about that.
But why would they... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find...
I mean, it was just left on the table next to the scales. That's... I remember being confused, because it felt like the game just kind of... The quest kind of petered out after that. I was like, well, I guess We're just not going to know what that's about, but now we will. And also, there's another new quest to accept. It doesn't end. It doesn't end. There's just constant series of quests here. We're going to be here for years.
Sid, is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
It is an airship.
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide.
They did something to
her. Brass gear.
They're going to introduce a fishing minigame, and we're going to spend the next 40 minutes fishing to find the gear.
A set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember.
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
The bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in
There
case.
shouldn't be pieces left over.
Good to know.
Unless you put it back together more efficiently than it was originally built, which can happen. That's how you feel when you do Lego, and at the end of it, you're like, wow, I only used, like, most of the pieces. There's so many left over, and it looks the same as it does in the box.
All?
Clearly, I was just more
the gear?
efficient.
We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
Bunch of little goobers. Love them, but goobers. They are goobers. They cannot be denied. We're going to go ahead and finish up things here with Mid before we go figure out what that remaining quest is.
Well, did they have it?
Brass cogwheel. No fishing required.
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right place... Well, you just wait and see. That should do it. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
A weird sentiment I've not heard before.
Wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. Ooh, I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Did he even register that he was basically insulted just now? I like her sentiment, but I kind of disagree with it. I mean, you found something incredible that can revolutionize travel. Yeah, it could be used for war, but think about how much good it could do.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
It's like, you know, the atom bomb's a pretty dangerous thing, but from all of that research, we learned about nuclear energy. And that's one of the cleanest, safest, most plentiful forms of energy we have available to us. And the only reason we don't use it is because of bureaucracies and the big corporations that pay off all of our politicians on both sides of the aisle. Make no mistake, our greatest choice moving forward would be go full nuclear energy. And the reason we don't is because everyone's been paid off to make sure it doesn't happen. You got to think about it. You got to think about it, right? You got one side's being paid off to continue spending all of our money and investments on coal and oil. The other side's been paid off by a completely different group of people to spend all of our money on like solar and wind energy. And no one is paying off anyone to develop nuclear energy, which is our best option. The whole system's rigged against us. Now, that is going to be speaking with Joshua about his letter, but we have some more side quests to pick up here that we want to do before that. So, about his letter. Oh, right, about Jill, the letter he left us. I remember now. Well, let's see what's awaiting us here first off, all right? Let's take a little stop in at the reading table. Making amends. Master Clive, I am aware there are matters of much greater import which demand your attention. But should you find yourself a moment, I bid you visit me in the shelves that I might ask a single favor concerning His Highness Prince Dion.
It's usually me making demands of Harpocrates. I wonder what this is about.
I don't know. We'll go ahead and track that one, though. Go ahead and make that our #1 top priority. And then we do have one other quest here. See, the issue is, as we finish these, are more going to pop up? If I have a look at the world map, are there more out there to find? Thankfully, no. It's not that I don't enjoy them, it's just, I want to finish the game. You know, I want to see how this ends. I want to get some answers. Gav, I love talking to you, though. How are you doing, Gav?
You alright?
Yeah, tell me about Silver Linings. It wasn't a great film, was it?
You?
No more than usual. It's just... Etta's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Etta's due any day now, and I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right, then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's naught lucky in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I'd try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need, a feather.
That or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive. I won't forget this.
I don't know if we'll prioritize this one just yet, because I kind of want to address the ones immediately in our vicinity. Let's go ahead and run up here and speak to Hippocrates. Hippocrates. See what his situation is all about. And then we'll head off. And... good gosh. It doesn't end! It doesn't end!
I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion. But I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his...
Whoa!
This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Sid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons, his studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting, not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him, and I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, when what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted inner solace. Fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found where even the most outlandish opinions align.
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower? And how will I know it?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe.
I thought he wanted an actual wyvern tail for a minute, and I was deeply confused by that and could not fathom what benefit there would be to collecting one of those for him. But this makes much more sense, and that gives us a couple of options moving forward. I'm kind of curious more so about the wyvern tail, so I think we're going to do that first. But first, I have to go to the restroom. This is in the middle of a recording. I'll be right back. Sorry. Hi, I'm back again. I forgot to pause the recording as well, so that's not so great. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. That was quite a lot, wasn't it? I went ahead and had like a brunch before we started. And I was like, good, that way I won't be hungry. Because normally in these streams we get to a point where I'm like, yeah, I need to go eat something. I didn't know we'd be going till dinner time. I'm hungry again. We're gonna stick with it though. We're gonna go to Isla. Not where the dinosaurs are. As previously discussed, we don't think there's any dinosaurs in Isla. We don't know. We could be wrong. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we're back in Isla, and it's back in that direction, which is not what I anticipated. I'm glad to have Torgal and our brother with us. I do wonder if mayhaps we had gone ahead and done the quest that we need to do. Priceless, I believe it is. Maybe Jill might be with us as well? It's possible that at the end of her quest, she'll be like, Clive, I'm going to stick with you no matter what. And that's when we determine, that's when we figure out that, oh, we could have done all of these side quests with her if we had done these in the proper order. What if that's what it is? What if each one of these unlocks another... Okay, so we did a quest with Joshua where we get Joshua in the party. And then we do a quest with Joshua where we get Jill in the party. And then we do a quest with Jill where we get Gav in the party. And then we realized we could have done all the side quests with everyone in the party if I'd been paying attention. That would break my soul into 1,000 microscopic pieces and scatter them to the winds with just the deepest levels of sadness and misery. But that's okay. We're going to press through it. We're just going to go ahead and press on. I hate that we can't control how fast he runs. I hate that it's just like after you run for a little while, he starts running and you have no say over it. Like, that actually infuriates me. Nah, I don't really want to fight any of these guys. I don't care. We're pretty close to where we need to be anyway. So let's just... We are literally 9 levels higher than these guys. It wouldn't be a fair fight. But tell you what. Just because I'm sick of them chasing me, I'll go ahead and do this. And this ought to be it, right? Like, this ought to kill them all. Okay, except for that one. Oh, it's a big slime. That's not what I was expecting it to be. You have to understand. The reason that I'm shocked is I thought it was just another bird. I didn't actually look. Oh, there's another one! Of course there's another one. Gosh darn it. Okay, hold on. Bring about the twister. There we go. Can we, like, run away from them, or is it too late at this point? Are we stuck in this fight here? Does that get both of them, or does that only work because... I'm actually very confused about what's happened here. I think we might have froze both of them, though. Also, I think there's another thing involved in this fight somewhere. I'm not entirely sure what's happening here. Let's just go ahead and do a big punch if we can. I'm confused. Both of these guys seem to be taking a nap right now. I don't know how that works. The other one is back up, though, and he's angry. We're just attacking them at random. This isn't what we're meant to be doing here. This is not what we're meant to be doing here. Gosh darn it, I don't want to take a potion over this. I kind of feel bad Oh, there's another one! No, we're leaving! We're not doing this. I refuse to do this. We're getting out of here. We're leaving here right now. I don't have the time or the patience for this nonsense. This isn't required. There's no reason for us to be engaging in this. We have other things to be doing.
Seems this place has been flooded twice over.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way, doesn't it? We're going over the...
Local flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, no, I feel like we found them already. Look at all these white blooms, and there's a waterfall, and there's also a lindworm, which I kind of don't want to have to fight if it can be avoided. I guess it can't be avoided. There's going to be combat whether we want it or not in this situation. I just wanted to come here. I wanted to get some pretty flowers, and take them back, make amends with the young princeling emperor fellow. But the game said, no, not today. Not today. If anything else gets involved in this fight, so help me. I haven't the patience for it. I haven't the patience for it one bit. It's weird that we never got the ability to upgrade... Hold on a second, let me do this first. Dang it. Got this, pal. Oh, wait, no, what if this hits things in the background that are further away and then they're involved in the fight now and I have no control over it? I did not anticipate that might happen. Hey, wait a minute. No, we should be able to pull him down. Right? Wait, why are we not pulling? Fine, just get him with the claws. I don't care. Dodge out of the way. There you go. Hit him with a big punch. Son of a gun! How? How did you evade? How did you evade? So upset with you right now. I'm furious. I also had a question come to mind. I had something I wanted to talk about. It was of utmost importance, and it's now gone from my memory. It's completely failed me. I have no idea what I was going to say. I don't know what question I was going to ask. Maybe I was going to make a reference. I can't remember now. Just from the fury of this encounter. Oh, gosh darn it. Oh, I remember now. How come we haven't, like, ever gotten another ATB gauge? Or is that even a possible thing that you could do? That feels like something you ought to have the ability to do, and we've just not... You feel like you'd be able to get some to match your health, right? So we should have, like, 2 more by now. And we only have the 2... It's odd. I have no explanation for it. Maybe there's an item you can get that we've just not been paying attention to?
Here they are. Might as well pick enough for a bunch, I suppose.
Do we actually need to? Just deliver the wild wyvern to... Okay, so we're done here. We can head on over to Martha's Rest, as it were. Oh, I did see your comment there. Go get supper. What about dinner? What about second dinner? What about second supper? What about dinner, which is lunch and dinner combined?
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
That's not super specific, is it?
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
You got something?
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe...
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Though you're not the first to mention the bird around here. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo.
Really?
Near some gutted hovel not far from east.
I know where that is.
Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
Is it sad that I've already forgotten why he wanted... Oh, right, we're building like a little welcoming gift for the baby. I remember now. So we just need to find a couple more people to chat to about this situation.
Look, Daddy. It's shining so brightly. Isn't it pretty?
What are you talking about?
Yeah. Pretty blooming sinister.
Oh, are we talking about these spikes? Yeah, I don't know what they're about either. They just cropped up. It's where we fast travel to, but apparently the people in the world are not familiar with the concept of fast traveling. That, or they're talking about the large flying crystal in the sky, but they can't see that from where they're standing. I can't even see it. I have no clue where it is. Did we ever buy the song from this fella?
How do?
I do well, thank you for asking. We're pretty much topped up on everything we need, and we've already bought the Founder's Footsteps.
Take
so
care out there, eh?
Just because the heavens have got...
here we go. I feel like we're just going to go hunt down a silver chocobo.
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone. Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Vicerine.
Maybe another time. I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumours are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years.
What about in a little hovel near East?
Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway.
What about a little hovel near Eastpool, eh? What about there? You reckon we might find one there, eh? I wonder if the last person might be inside of the inn. Maybe just hanging out, having a drink? Okay, maybe not. I mean, technically, according to the quest log, we're still in the area. They're still nearby, so they could still be in here. But I feel like, you know, you walk in here, you just exist in this space, and you probably got a pretty good lay of the land. You know what's going on in here. It doesn't take long. Last time we were searching for someone near Martha's Rest, they were right behind the inn. So maybe we should start there. In this little alleyway, I believe. Yeah, no one's back there.
Oh, 1,000.
Okay. We're looking for merchants specifically, so you'd think they'd be back there where all the other merchants are. But nay! Here they are, petting a rock. What are those? Those are definitely sacks, possibly of grain. Definitely not a rock.
Can I help you with summit?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman.
I do.
It wouldn't be the first time.
I do. The ravings of a madman led us to find our chocobo.
In the hills near Rhiannon Tried. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already
It's
here,
perfect that that was the last one we talked to, because that was right by the gate we need to go to. And also, this is where we found our unique white chocobo. And remember everyone was raving about how there was a white chocobo rescuing them from... Oh, look! They're guarding the town! Beautiful! Actual, like, changes to the environment. We love to see that. I don't want to deal with the death blossom right now. We're just going to hop right
someone's
over
brave.
I don't know what I want to eat, Lucas. That's the issue. I don't know what I want to sup upon. Let's hop over the fallen bug. Just completely avoid all combat with them if we can. If we can just keep running and gliding, that would be strong. Have we?
They're not left by bandits for
Yeah,
a
we've been
change.
over here before. I don't think we've been over here for anything, though, is the issue. Oh. I thought a beast was about to fall out of the sky. Normally, when the game slows down like that, that's what's about to happen. I don't want to fight the silver chocobo. I want to, like, take it and then have it in my stable. Have a selection of chocobos I can choose from.
The chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is.
Yeah, I mean, it stands to reason. It certainly stands to reason. 3 briar clam shells. And...
I don't hear it.
Oh! There we go.
Well, I'll be damned.
I don't want to fight the thing. If it sounds like this rare, unique creature, the last thing I want to do is potentially cause it to go extinct.
We'll come back and discuss.
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you.
There were 2.
Let's get this back to Gareth before they change their minds.
But why were there 2 of them? Also, they didn't look silver. They looked white like our own chocobo. So I wonder what that's all about. Are they funny, Lucas? I pulled up the chat just to check in, as I do every so often. I see. They're making sure you're still here. Lucas cannot leave. It is forbidden. He must fulfill his oath. That's great. This, I think we talked about it earlier, but the live stream, as of right now, is the most watched video in the last 48 hours, which is for the very first time in a long time, it has become the most watched video in a 48-hour period over Reese reacts to that photo of Rex and A Fresh Start, which are those are the 2 videos that are usually vying for most viewed. Also, fun fact, did you know that May was our most viewed month on this channel? That's odd. What happened in May? May was before we got back on a regular schedule. I think being on a regular schedule has hurt us. In some way. Because in June and July and now August, we've stuck to a video. So I think June was every day. I can't remember if July was every day. August was... Oh, Be Happy. That was only viewed by channel members, though. August definitely was only 6 days. We're going to be moving to 5 days at some point. Or possibly back to 7. We'll see. Probably moving to 6 days is manageable. I've managed to keep up 6 days without too much hassle, and I've had free time to kind of do some other things. I haven't had the free time to work on other videos like I wanted, but what I have had the free time to do is work on sort of projects around here, right? Like I'm trying to build my own router, which is fun, but also not relevant. So... back here, and we've got to decide what to do first. Talking to Joshua is not what we're going to do first. What we're going to do first is we're going to turn in the flower, I reckon. Because I'm kind of curious to see where that goes. Is it for his good? Is he going to give it to the young princeling? Is he just going to, like, set it on the shelf? Oh, maybe he'll try to grow it. Maybe we'll go take it down there, and we'll have, like, a whole bunch of them growing around here.
Oarsman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
Wild Wyvern Tail.
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.
It sounded like he did not want him to join us, though. We were just doing it in spite of him, aren't we? That's all right. Should we stop in the middle of this quest and go ahead and give Gav the feather? That might be funny and confusing.
No trouble at all.
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Crystal's crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me.
Reckon that's right, yeah.
Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
Hey!
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit.
What a little lad!
Proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
I guess whichever one we come across first is the one we'll do, right? So it looks like we're going to come across Dion first, so we'll go ahead and have a chat with him. He's always so moody.
Would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
No. It is time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him. Not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more. All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself, and to him, how strong it truly is.
You are right.
Wow, his lips like barely moved for that.
Offer him my gratitude. Very well, then.
Take me to him.
Follow me.
But first, follow me to... Oh, wait, are we going to fade to black and be in the office? That is unfortunate.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environment in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
I have a feeling he's going to be dying soon, so I am glad that they are giving us this closure.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soul in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, These flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude,
Okay.
I find that words are seldom.
That's why you had to sigh twice in a row?
What's this?
That happened the way I saw it, right?
A stolas quill. Or more precisely, my stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
A good conclusion for both of these characters. Again, before we rush off to save the world. I'm glad that they're putting little bows on everything. So we got a quill to go in our chambers, as well as something to reduce Gigaflare's cooldown. Gigaflare's not too bad. We like it. We just don't have it equipped right now. It's not that it's a bad ability. Like I said, we do like it. It's just there are other abilities I like a little bit more than that one. So let's head on over. We're going to once again pass up Joshua, who has just been stood there like an absolute champion, waiting on us to come and talk to him. We're just going to continue on and kind of ignore him and continue our way over here. We need to check in at the beast board. I'm sure there's more monsters for us to fight. But first, I'm going to go see a baby. I hear there's a baby about to be born or has just been born. Let's check in on him. Who the heck is that? Ah, here we are.
Ah, me lords.
Yeah, she's kind of good looking, right? Like, we can all agree on that.
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is,
Go on, please.
Come on, Gav. You got to control yourself here, man.
It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
Still rooting for those two. I think it'd be a cute development moment for him.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day, my mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over, what with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. Me whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Okay, we gotta keep the drinks away from this fella.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are, after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
You tell him.
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Now go make out with the pregnant lady.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword.
Well, that was lovely. Again, a nice little bow on top of Gav. That's what we're doing around here.
I may have had one too many.
you did. You may have had 10 too many.
Definitely did.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
Beautiful. Way better than the movie starring Jennifer Lawrence, which was just not very good at all. Something else to display in Clive's chambers. We've got a lot of those these days. I guess Gav won't be joining the party, though. I kind of half expected that to happen. It doesn't look like there's any more quests to accept. If we have a look at the broader map, everything's clear. So I suppose we'll have a little chat with our brother here.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
I would go there and look for bandits is apparently what I would do is the answer to that their question. I'm not really, I mean, Hawk's Cry Cliff, we've been here before already today. At least once. Just once. Yeah, because this is where our dad's buried, which is kind of funny how that works out. Oh, wow, this is like right here. It's literally right here, just like right off the trail. Have I ever been back here before? There's definitely, oh, here be rose fields, but there ain't be no snowflowers, I'll tell you that much.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
There's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Grew.
Perhaps, but...
Past tense.
It's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone in the backyard? To the hideaway, then.
Wow, I'm glad we came all this way for this. Back to the hideaway we go. It's not that far. It's not even in the grand scale of the world. It's just really right next door to where we were. Let's see. We've not been down there in a while.
One of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
I think the last time we went down there, they upgraded our potions for the last time. Speaking of, have we gotten anything else we need for that sword? I've not been paying enough attention. I'm assuming we've got the 3 orichalcum now. I've been trying to keep track of that.
So,
but if I had to guess, I'd say the final items we need, the dark steel and the primitive battle horn, are probably going to be had from fighting monsters, which might even be what that little symbol there is, although I'm not quite sure really what that represents. It looks like Kermit the Frog.
Anything else?
Maybe we have to go kill frogs, or negotiate with them, convince them to be on our television show, and then we'll earn enough revenue from that we can like maybe get Jason Segel to direct a film adaptation, and we'll get more money from that, and then we'll make a second, almost as successful but not quite as critically acclaimed sequel, and then after that we'll have enough money to just buy the flowers we're looking for. How does that sound? Maybe that's what are the parts we need for the sword.
Oh. What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps?
About that.
Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Right. Thank you.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrak.
Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she kept the record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilefeist Bay.
Whose shores border the meadows. Off we go, then.
I think I just even recently said we don't go north of Northreach all that often in a previous installment, and that there were things there that I wasn't sure why they existed, places we just didn't go to for any reason in the story or any side quests, and it may just be that now, for the first time, yeah, look at that! Finally! This does necessitate that we pass through Northreach, which is an unfortunate tack-on of time. Tack-on? Tack-on Titan. Good show. Waiting for the final bits to be dubbed right now. I'm not reading it. I refuse. What am I going to do for dinner? I thought about, and you can let me know what you think about this, folks at home.
I haven't seen any of those beastly blue-eyed feet.
Thought about just like stopping the stream, going and getting dinner, coming back with the dinner, streaming the dinner, because a couple of folks have been like desperate for that recently. I don't know why. But then we would finish the game with dinner. It would be like a party, a celebration of sorts. We're going to wrap up the game. We're gonna, however long it takes, we're going to have a big 26th stream. Yeah, I knew Lucas would like that. So we take a break for about an hour, come back, and wrap things up. I thought that could be fun. The finale stream. It'd be beautiful. It's a level 33 Raptor. It's not going to be a difficult fight. Yeah, look at that. We should also just be on our Chocobo. That makes like way more sense.
Let's go.
Yeah, it would go so much faster. Also, we're about to level up again. We're close to max level.
The meadows are vast. Where do we even start?
Yote mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
So we don't even know if they're actually at the coastline. Yote just mentioned that we might want to check there. Yeah, see, I came back here kind of between streams at one point just to explore the region and found nothing of interest or use whatsoever. Here we go. Well, that's of interest and of use, I suppose. I'm not sure what it is. Is that the Grim Reaper? What is that? Prince of Death! It might as well be with the name like that. What's his deal? Is he like ice and fire? Okay, well, let's try this. Let's see how he feels about this. Not another one. Wait a minute, what do you mean not another one? Have we fought one of these before? Should I remember this guy? He's about to, like, take a swing at me, and I just keep interrupting him. Bless his soul. We're just giving him the hardest time. Big punch, big punch, big punch. Yeah. Get out of there, get out of there. Get dodge, darn you. Oh, perfect, because that gives us the opportunity to do one of these. He's going to be staggered as soon as he comes out of this. If he's not, then gosh darn it. Yeah, sometimes the game will do that. Sometimes they'll have that stagger gauge completely depleted, and they just will not be staggered. They resist for some reason, and I don't understand why. Okay, well that's upsetting. That's also upsetting. You know what? His teleporting around does remind me of someone I've fought before. I can't remember who specifically, but he's definitely irritating enough that I feel like I recognize this this combat encounter. Enough to say that, yeah, we probably have fought him before. And I understand what he meant by not another one. At least now I do.
Yeah! Soil and stone!
Oh, get out of that. Get out of that.
My strength.
We're not using the twister because I feel like this guy is small enough that if we did, we would actually be... Hold on. Here we go. This will do a lot of damage and staggering. What I was going to say is if we did use it, I feel like we'd be in one of those situations where we can't actually see what he's doing, and he would just teleport out of it anyway, so it would end up like streaking across the screen and making it actually hard to keep track of where he is. Oh, he was definitely about to teleport up there. Or what did teleport, but like into the attack, which is odd. I'm not sure which. Oh. Okay. I thought I was about to just be it. But no, yeah, perfect parry. Perfect accidental parry. I don't know if this guy's not connected to the quest, is he? He just happens to be here right now. Also, he has that symbol above his head, which I guess means that we have to defeat these guys in order to get the bits of material we need. I don't know if he's one of them. There's a few other beasts we need to fight. And I remember there was one that was max level and also like S rank, and that we were very scared of and that we tried to fight and we just could not defeat him. He's like a big dragon fella. I think I did that with the channel members off camera, so I'm assuming what we're eventually going to have to do is go try to fight him again. He's probably going to have what we need to finish the big sword. Considering it's the best sword in the game, yeah, it makes sense that it's going to make us do that in order to defeat him. Also, this guy's... Oh, you goober. You're dead now! You had every opportunity to just stop fighting and give up. I think we're about to level up here. I think that I don't even know why I said I think. We definitely are. It was like unquestionable. We're 2 levels away from max level now. Will we hit it? Hey, there's the dark steel. Extremely similar to iron, yet darker.
I'm getting tired of these
things. You and me both, man. You and me both. What am I actually here for again? I'm looking for like pretty flowers. We're looking for pretty flowers. Maybe like right up here. There are no pretty flowers here. This has been a waste of our time. Yote doesn't know what she's talking about. Yote needs to do better at her record keeping. If we find just one, can we just take it back to jail? Also, this place is ether flooded. Just throwing out there that is less than ideal for this situation. Oh, hold on. No, that's a rock. Okay. What am I looking for? You're like, oh, you're in the right area. Okay, but what am I looking for here? Flowers. I realize that much. Maybe like tucked away back over here? Yeah, there's no flowers here. Maybe down there? Oh, wait a minute. Looky there, looky there, looky there. Well, well, well.
Look, brother.
That took care of that one guy.
You see them?
I'm waiting on this one to get recharged. Any minute now, we'll be able to Flames of Rebirth all of these guys out of existence.
And our friends.
Yeah, here we go. Okay, let's make sure we get them all in one go. Hopefully we don't have to fight any more creatures after these. If they have reinforcements show up, and I've wasted my 2 big crowd control abilities, I'm going to be very upset. It's a good thing we didn't scorch the flowers.
What do you see, boy?
Oh, Shrek off! He's gonna trample the flowers. Now, what is he, guardian of the flowers? What's this guy's story?
Only one way to find out.
Oh, dang it. Okay, yeah, I waited too long to pull that one off. Good job, Torgal. You're doing great, boy. I waited too long again. Come on, try it again. Do it one more time. Dang it. Alright. Too early. See, now I'm panicking. Gotta remain calm. We're good. We've got all the potions in the world. Getting hit is not the worst thing in the world, although this outcome is better. There we go. I don't think it matters that we don't let that little cutscene play out. I don't think that makes any difference at all to the actual experience of having him staggered. I wouldn't think. I don't know. I wouldn't think. Right, get back up, buddy.
Blizzard!
Sorry, what enemies approaching? Which enemies? Oh gosh, who's joining him here? Oh, almost burned that opportunity. So this is pretty much going to finish him off here, or at least we're very close. I kind of don't want to bust this out until that second ATB gauge is full. There we go. Get the most out of it. It's not something I normally pay attention to. You're doing great work, by the way, Josh. That was a beautiful beam of light. I was very impressed by that. Just so you know. Oh, buddy. Did they already take care of the other 2 enemies? They did! Oh, wow! Yeah, no! We need to give them more credit where it's due. I didn't even realize he was about to die. Flower field rescued. Plenty of gold acquired. We got Minotaur Mane, some Sharp Fang.
That was harder than I expected. But Founder, it was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
Assume we're going to fade back in here with her. Or not. There's a very long fade from black.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
I guess he wants no part in this? Maybe he thinks we're gonna, like, make out or something. Maybe he thinks we're gonna be naked again, like that time we were on the beach. Although, surely he doesn't know about that. He didn't tell anybody about that. We don't actually know what all happened in that situation. You know, we did a quick fade to black. I'm not really sure what came of it after that. Hey, Jill.
Jill. There's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
That was sudden. You're not wrong.
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you. Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped, so lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling.
Clive's face is just completely expressionless for that. That beautiful sentiment. He's just like...
Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come. And you have. Again and again.
7 o'clock, everybody.
When all this is over.
Thank you, everyone, for your continued support.
Don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
I mean, she never said it was for us, but maybe a safe assumption.
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure.
Gosh. Stop. Stop this.
We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
Get out of here, you crazy kids. It's too good. It's too good. It's too pure for this world. Snow Daisy Garland and Shiva's Kiss reduces Diamond Dust cooldown time by 7.5 seconds. Jill has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. It's exactly what I thought it would be. So she should now be with us, as should... No, Joshua's not here? Thought we would have them both, but okay. Also, look at that ghosting on her. Well, you know what? You probably don't see that. That's probably just on my screen, isn't it? Nope, that's in the game. Why is there weird ghosting on her at the edge of the frame? That is bizarre. Okay, have a look at the map here now. What we'd like to see is that no new quests have opened up. We traveled back to the hideaway. I think we're done. Tune in next time for the end of the game. Thank you folks for watching. God bless you. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Goodness me. Okay. I can't decide what I want for dinner still. I want to run up here and kind of see what the situation is on the monsters and see what remains. And I'd like to know which one is going to need to be killed in order to get the object we need to complete the Great Sword. So looking at the list, oh gosh, there's a number of them left. So there is Svorg, Svarog, Gobermouch, Usher to the Underworld, the Wailing Banshee, Knight of the Splendid Heart. What about the one that kept killing us earlier? Why don't I see it? Did I actually manage to defeat it? Svog, Gobermouth, Usher to the Underworld, the Wailing Banshee, and Knight of the Splendid Heart. Was it this one? No, I don't think so. Which one was it that kept killing us before? It looks like I must have defeated it without realizing it, because I don't see it on here anymore. That or we missed our opportunity to fight it somehow. Okay, let's see. Which one of these guys? Which one of these nasty little freaks do we need to defeat in order to get the final piece that we need. So first off, Knight of the Splendid Heart, Grim Reaper, Prince of Death. We already defeated that one. Wailing Banshee, Masterless Mirage. I guess I killed some of these without really realizing it. Usher to the Underworld. Alright, let's check out Knight. Let's see. 2 Meteorite, some Gil, and some Renown. 1 Dark Steel. Okay, we already defeated him. Clouded Eye, Sharp Fang, blah, 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 blah. Behemoth Shackle, 2 Meteorites. Oh, was it 2 Darksteel we needed? Because apparently there's 2 creatures here that drop Darksteel. I think I've defeated both of them, though. Interestingly enough. Oh, wait, no. Usher to the Underworld might be the one I was unable to defeat. Looking at it, it looks familiar. Let's see what's left. There might also be new... Because, like, we're getting some items that I'm not sure what you would do with them other than use them to craft...
Sanktfornian, dear.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So, nothing that we can craft is better than what we currently have. And there's no way to upgrade what we currently have to make it better. That's good to know. Oh, apparently we have Defender +2, which is an upgrade. What is the Defender? Defender is better than Ragnarok. We can craft the Defender. It's better than Ragnarok, and then it can be upgraded to 2, which is even more better than Ragnarok. But how does that compare? So what is that? Defender +2 is 340 and 340 versus the other sword option that we have, which is... Oh, hold on. 375 and 375. Probably better to just wait on that. And I guess we do need another Darksteel, even though it doesn't say to. We have one already. And then Primitive Battlehorn. Oh, for that, we got to go fight Goobermouch. I just looked at the screen, and that was what was pulled up. I'm going to go get dinner. And then we're going to restart the stream. While I eat dinner, we will all go out on an adventure together to find these final remaining objects. And then we'll start the last video where we craft Gotterdammerung. Have a final look at our missives, look at our wall, and then head off to finish the game. We might be here till midnight. If that's what it takes, so be it. We'll see you folks in maybe about an hour's time, hopefully less. And we'll finish the game.